But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. for each. What can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Yo, check. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp Pee Wee in the building. It's fantastic. It's good.
Brother. Perfect.
What up?
It's goody. How's the weekend?
Hey, man. Another weekend down, man.
Indeed. Aaron, what's good?
Niggas. Perfect.
He said something?
I don't know if he said something. I saw his mouth move, but I ain't hear nothing.
Aaron, you there?
I think he's switching over on his mic. He's saying something. We can't hear him though.
Check.
Still can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Good now?
He found the button.
He found the button.
Aaron, what's going on? How you?
Regular shit.
I like it. How's the weekend?
Same.
Perfect.
Hit the like button, man. Good morning. Happy Monday and all that. Money Making Monday. We are in the building. Let me say what's up to the chat. See who in the chat. Let's get it popping, man. Mr. Williams, what up? Callie in the building. I like it, man. Angel, salute. Davey, what's popping? Curtis in the building. D Majesty, what's going on? Hope all is well. Vet Life, salute. Rebecca, was popping, man. Dr. G in the building. Salute. He knows what up, my brother. Almanaz was good. Hope all is well. Impress was goody. Strada in the building, man. SPS, salute to SPS, man. Please go like, share, and subscribe. You heard? E-Dub was, I gotta call you too. E-Dub was popping. Aaron, Shalom, Brandon, how are you? Quincy, good morning, my brother. Mahogany, good morning. Missy T, good morning. Big Lee was popping. Salute. Salute. Let me see. I got everybody. G Goods was popping. Good morning. Welcome. Hope all is well. Kodash was goody. Shalom. Hope everything's good. Let me see. Riri was popping. Mel, you already know. That's true. Keisha, what up? DC was shaking. Miss Jilly was popping. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. My good morning. Boot camp. Good morning, my G. Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Homeboy, what's good? Shalom. Thank you for holding down in Bible study in the Discord. 12 p.m. Central on Sundays. Daily. What up, though?
Shit like that.
Perfect.
Shit like that.
Money Talk Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Obstacles and Daily, man. They've been dropping a lot of gems in there. Please, if you want to get to know money a little bit better, hop into that in the Discord, man. The Discord link should be dropped any second now. Mrs. Locks, good morning. Hope all is well. Let me see. Black America was popping. Zoomer in the building. Perfect. 120 people in the building. CJ was good. We got 120 people in the building, and we have 37 likes. Let's go ahead and hit the like button. We got to do significantly better with the likes, man, because we be having a lot of people watching, but the likes push us into the algorithm before, during, and after the stream, and the likes are free, from what I gather. So let's go ahead and hit the like button, man. Let me put this poll in the chat. 1 second. All right. Good to go. Everybody good to go. Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling all right. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man, I've been being like I don't know why I've been doing this. I've been being like cheaper on the like buying collateral, for marketing and such. And it never benefits. Like, they got the you can buy 500, 1,000, and it goes down, 50 cents per. And I always get like 500. But we run out like every 2 weeks. I don't know why I just don't buy the big, like, it's just dumb, So now my wife, we got several events and we pass everything out. So now I got to go to Staples to buy them, to get them today. And now they cost me $1 per, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't never end up saving money for real, like buying tape. I usually buy bulk of tape, but then, the guys will be rushing. We just get one from U-Haul. But that tape is $5 as opposed to $2. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't even use the shit that you bought and you spend the extra money on top anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's just foolish. We know wholesale. We know bulk. We know we're going to pass these things out. One job pay for it 10 times over. You know what I'm saying? But just, I don't know why I do it. And it'd be between $120 or $150. Like, it's not even like a huge jump. You know what I'm saying?
That shit add up though.
They add up, man. When you it's just foolish, King Jers was popping, been a member for 11 months. Perfect. Trey, what up? Young Money, what up? Excuse me. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, man. Hold on 1 second.
So fantastic. I'm looking forward to being edified on this. I know very little about HBCUs. I mean, outside of partying at the occasional Howard shindig, during my stay at the University of Maryland, go Terps. I'm a relative layman in the subject, so.
Oh yeah, but no, it's we were getting into it, man. Basically going over, yet again another very, very important facet of something that they try to make a big deal for us, right? Specifically, higher education, college, all the different things, degrees. But at the same time, when you look at it, that specific area for us isn't very beneficial, successful, or even long term, man. Again, it's just like I said, so much shit into it. And like I said, I took a look at it because of this whole thing that just happened, last week or whatever. One of the best and worst things that's happening from this whole, Charlie Kirk situation is I think it's causing more deeper dive into the culture and what we take serious and what we don't take serious and all these different things. And like I said, it's far more concern that we need to be placing on with ourselves within than everything on the outside.
Word.
All right. Well, before we get there, God damn it, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. My bad. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel most. This shit threw me for a loop. I want to get y'all thoughts on this.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way! Talking about.
So maybe it's me, right? I'm accustomed to kids and all that, Like, they be crying on the plane, but it don't matter to me. Like, I'm kind of tune it out. You know what I'm saying? My kids have been yelling and fussing. I go right to sleep. You know what I mean? It don't make me never mind. I guess, but maybe because I'm accustomed to it. But this was interesting to me, so I had to put it under the what the hell segment. Let me get y'all thoughts on this. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man.
So this gentleman here is telling me to tell my 8-month-old to stop screaming because he has sensitive ears. I know it's loud, but he's an adult. He can leave, and he chooses not to leave. He's choosing me to tell me to take my baby out because he has sensitive ears. She's a child, sir. It's not me. I didn't do anything. You came to me about my child, did you not? You speaking for other people that haven't spoken, and the only reason I'm furious about it is because you came to address me about an 8-month-old. I'm not forcing any. I didn't tell the baby to talk. I'm happy that she has a voice, and I'm happy she can speak because there's children out here that can't even speak. That's nonverbal. So I am grateful for my child to be able to have a voice, and that's not up to you as an adult to chastise me or to whoop me because my child is speaking. You can't remove yourself from this restaurant. No, you're disrespectful. You're entitled, and you're being privileged right now because there was nothing in this world that made you feel like you can come say that to me about my child, and then you're upset that I'm reacting. I'm reacting to your response. There are nonverbal children out here. You want to sit here and act like I'm supposed to suppress my child's voice? I'm not responsible for the way that men have men, I'm a happily married woman. What are you talking about, baby? I'm 10 years next week. Clap it up for me. That's what you can do. So no one has mistreated me. You've been disrespectful. I didn't accuse you. Have I ever said racist? Did I say racist in here? I was talking about you because of privilege. No, I said privilege does not equal racism. Let me educate you for a second, sir. Privilege, hold on, no. Let me educate this man. No, let me educate him because he just said I call him racist. I never did it. I said privilege because you're being an adult and you're expecting me to remove my child when I patronize this restaurant just like you. That is privilege. You're expecting me to put yourself over everybody else in this restaurant. It's not a thank you, but you realize how disrespectful it is, right?
I'm so sorry.
I'm so livid.
Yeah, I'm so sorry because I totally understand. Like, having kids, it can be hard, and like sometimes it's hard to like get them to listen to you when they're not even able to.
I can tell them she's 8 months.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying like I'm sorry for like having a confrontation and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's anything is your fault. I totally understand. Yes, ma'am. I get it. So I'm just trying to calm the.
We're already leaving, so it's not a thing.
Yeah. So that's why I'm not even making a big deal.
But I'm mortified. I'm not gonna lie to you because as a parent,
I understand. Like
that's telling me I gotta go in my house and never come out with my children, all because he's an adult. He can actually leave. If he felt it was uncomfortable for him, he didn't have to come and speak to me. He could have left. Then he's speaking for other people in the restaurant, making it an uncomfortable experience. That would happen.
Yeah, I totally understand. Yes, ma'am.
And I come here a lot. So this gentleman here is telling me to tell my.
What you guys think, man?
Man, you saw it. Fuck them kids, man. Control your kids. Okay.
What you gonna do is the babies
bro,
don't stop, bro.
Stop bullshit, bro. You can train your damn kids, bro. Even at that 8 months is not motherfucking what's name. Your baby know when to shut the hell up. You tell her, hey, shut the hell up. That's what's wrong now. Motherfuckers not training these goddamn kids. And they're making everybody else fucking suffer. Hey, you know the king one though? The dude on the fucking plane. He kind of looked like Aaron, the nigga that was going off on that shit is hilarious. I don't give a fuck how many times you look at it, it's hilarious. But yeah. Man, man, control your kids, man. I understand, but it has to be you have a right for the thing, but at the same time, when you're in public, if you're the source of disrupting everything, come on now. Come on, bro. You can take the kid out, give it a bottle, give it a pacifier, something. Fuck out of here.
What you think, Aaron?
Oh man, I mean, I understand where homeboy is coming from. I can't stand that sound. I don't like kids. I don't. I never did. When I was a kid, I didn't like kids. Fuck them kids. I don't like them. I'm serious. I say that all the time. I've always gravitated toward adults, and half of y'all are fucked up. But the baby is 8 months. They're not. You can't control that. And the sound the baby's making is the sound. I'm looking at this comment. Happy baby. Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, that's what happy babies sound like. So that's a good thing. And the mom was right. Look, the baby has a voice. There's babies out here born with larynxes outside of their fucking throat and all this other happy horse shit. So really, if the restaurant wanted to maintain a very specific environment and atmosphere, you would simply place an age limit, especially if you have a liquor license, place an age limit on the patrons that are allowed to come through your door. Other than that, then you're going to have to deal with it. I'm sorry. It's just part of the human experience. If you want to go to a place where you don't hear, then go to a place that has an age limit. Or go to a place, you know what I mean? Go to a better place. I don't want to say I'm torn. I'm not riding the fence. The verdict with me is on the side of the mother.
Like a
Aaron, you do.
No.
Some places do that. Well, I know the
My total verdict is I'm siding with the mother. I'm siding with the baby. That's the verdict. However, I have a deep sense of empathy because I hate that fucking sound too. And my advice to him would just be to relocate if it's that bad.
Hey, we do need this is definitely an opportunity for more no children allowed businesses. Hey, keep that fuck them kids incorporated. Hey, three of us, man. We got a new thing, man. No kids allowed. Keep them out of here.
I'm all about it. As a former restaurateur and all this other happy and no.
Okay, that's one. You guys are exacting. Okay, I understand the clip. Let's look at this.
Hey, I don't remember that.
Oh, you see him, you will.
That's what's next. We are in a tin can.
When was I on this flight?
Aaron, you gonna talk through the clip, Aaron? Your mic barely work now. Your mic work for once. Are you talking through the clip?
yeah, it's like the baby. You got to get over it.
There's a child crying on the flight. Non-stop. That's what's next. We are in a tin can with a baby in a echo chamber, and you want to talk to me about being okay? That child has been crying for 40 minutes. Lower that, and you can't put your finger about things like that. Calm the child down, please. Why is the baby yelling? I'm not screaming. You want me to scream? You want me to scream? I'll scream. Please stop the baby crying. Please. We need to call. You can't do what the you feel like.
Yeah, they cut it short because he said the best part was shut the
Stuck
damn
in a
baby
holding
up.
pattern for weather.
Lower that, and you can't find comfortable flight.
And an SW, a passenger loses his mind over a baby.
That child has been crying for 3 minutes. Lower that, and you can't put your fucking finger about things like that. Calm the child down, please. I had headphones on. I was sleeping. Why is the baby yelling? I'm not screaming. You want me to scream? You want me to scream? Don't fucking scream. Please stop the baby. Please. Bro, please. That child was a black baby. What the fuck would be happening right now? I know you're not going there. You're not going there. I'm fucking going there. We're not in Florida yet. You can't do what the fuck you feel I was sleeping the whole time. You haven't served me anything. I
try to keep my calm, but if I wasn't on this plane,
there's a child crying on the flight, non-fucking stop. That's what's happening. Can you lower that voice? No, let's not. No. Let's be rational. Hold on. You want to be rational? No. Don't tell me what the fuck I do. Let's be rational. We are in a fucking tin can with a baby in a goddamn echo chamber, and you want to talk to me about being fucking okay?
Okay, because you're yelling.
So is the baby.
Okay, so you're a man.
Did that motherfucker pay extra to yell? No. Fuck you and shut up. Just start to me now. I don't give a fuck.
I'm triggered.
Watch that motherfucking baby cry for 45 something. That shit didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
Okay.
Fuck, lower that baby's voice.
Okay. It's out there. We'll have. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
I'm triggered. Fuck that.
That's the best part.
They put cuffs on that kid. I'm good. Fuck the kid. It's the same. Yes, you are motherfucking right because nobody was going to do talk to somebody. That's fine. I was going to baby to talk. You have somebody to talk. Good. No fucking problem. I know an attorney just like you, motherfucker. I got rights. Now we work it the fuck out. We had to go through all of that. It's worked out now.
Heading to Orlando.
Hey man, listen, man. All heroes don't wear capes, man. The bad guy got to be the, you know what I'm saying? See, the villain is actually the hero a lot of the times, man. He was the one that had the nerve to say some shit that everybody else was scared to say. Shut that motherfucking baby up, man. Somebody got some Benadryl, something, some motherfucking chloroform, something.
Chloroform. Baby, yeah. Jesus. Did the baby pay extra? Yo, man. What y'all think, man? What y'all think about it?
Hey, he right. Free that man. Right? Free that man. Free that fucking man, bro.
Were both right?
I'm with both of them. Listen, man, like I said, everybody, bro, I had twins. I had twins, bro. We would be out and about, and my kids at the house, hey, you run wild, whatever you want, so on and so forth. Do your thing. We get out in public, you're gonna shut your ass up. They were well trained at 8 months. All I had, hey, we outside. We ain't in the house. And you can have fun with all that goddamn noise, without all that noise.
Yeah, I tried that shit too. And upon occasion, it just didn't work. I mean, for the most part, it did. You know, and my daughter is fortunately and unfortunately a lot like me. She's quiet until she's not, and then when she's not, you kind of want to kill her. You know what I mean? And she's growing into being an asshole quite effectively. But sometimes you just can't. Babies are they're crazy. That's why I don't like them. They're unruly. They come out of the womb looking like aliens. I've never seen a cute baby. People say babies are cute.
Fresh out. Yeah, no, don't.
No, they're not cute. They look like aliens covered in. They look like
they bone soft. They skull ain't even formed up
yeah,
yet.
It's all covered in muck.
Yeah,
you know they shit road tar. You know what I mean? It's like looking at a xenomorph humanoid. Being born in an alien movie.
Yeah, that's some wild shit.
Fucking up the trim. And then you get here and you do nothing but scream and shout. And I gotta work, and my wife is hormonal because of your ass. And we gotta feed you. You know. All I know is when I'm 90, if I ever make it that far, I want a return on my investment. I'm gonna be a motherfucker. You wait and see.
Yo, here's what I'll say.
I want to go to Lebec Fin. I want to go to fucking Steak 48 today. And man, I'm making a mess.
That's what I said. Oh, I couldn't hear y'all. To me, like I said, it's a baby. I really don't get bothered by a lot of shit because babies don't listen that well at 8 months. Now, one thing I do with my kids is remove them from a situation where you could tell that they being an annoyance. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what's the last big thing we did? Probably like my wife graduation, right? One of the kids crying, you know, her brother's sitting there. I take that kid out because everybody trying to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? That's usually what I see happen. Like, I don't just sit there and let the motherfucker just ruin everybody's experience, you know? It sounded like the dude in the first video went over to her and said it to her. He didn't like yell across the room, and then she put record on the camera. You know what I'm saying? But generally speaking, you know, I kind of removed the kid, you know, because you got to be cognizant. On the plane, it is what it is. But even on the plane, you don't just sit there. You be rocking the baby. You know, we was flying, you know, it's a bunch of us. I stand up with the seatbelt light on or whatever to try to walk around something because that shit is worse than everybody.
Because you can't go nowhere. That shit there is torture.
Even on the plane, even the stewardess, or what is that still called? They still call it stewardess? Even
Flight
they are like
flight
attendant. She'd be like, don't walk too far, you know, because the seatbelt light on. So I walk to the bathroom, you know what I mean? And even they be like kind of lenient on it, you know what I'm saying? Because they know nobody's gonna hear that baby.
They need to have some emergency Benadryl on all motherfucking flights, bro. Fuck that. And I understand people saying this too, right? The whole ear thing, the air pressure that is, if your baby got an ear infection, that's the worst. The baby's in pain. So I all bullshit aside, I do. That's why the plane thing I can understand, but you know it is what it is because you know the kids can't, you know they don't even know what's going on. They don't understand
on the ground.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what people saying in the thing. They was making excuses. So and even when you once you're in the air, but like I said, hey man, you know. Get that,
babies,
you know,
they don't know you have to yawn and swallow, pause. You know what I mean? They don't know you have to do all that.
Even the first one though, that baby was just having fun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, limit that damn fun. Take her ass outside and get in the playpen. God damn it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to enjoy my motherfucking steak and eggs.
My mom said I've been taking NyQuil since about 5 or 6. I always had my bottles spiked with a little NyQuil. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Straight. You know
good job.
Damn, man, these motherfuckers, man. Hold on.
Yeah, my dad, I used to tease on scotch. He would pour scotch on ice after work and stir it with his finger, and then I always suck on his finger because it was cold from being in the ice. And you know, the cold teething on a child's gums, and then a little bit of scotch is on his finger. Man,
he ain't even know he drugging you up, man. Go ahead and settle you down.
I was good. Shit, right to sleep. You know?
Yeah, my grandma used to make this thing for it was horrible though. They used to make some shit out of like Bacardi rum and like I think it's like garlic tablets or something for when the baby get gas real bad.
Oh yeah.
That shit was horrible, but it worked though.
Yeah, I mean, I used to make hot toddies and shit. You know, make a little tea with honey in it. Because I mean, with the chemicals and all of the sedatives and shit they put in these medicines, and they do very little to actually treat whatever's going on. They just eliminate symptoms. You know what I mean? Even with just teething, alcohol on the gums, numb the gums. You know what I mean? You're not getting the baby drunk. You're just putting the baby to sleep. You know, there's nothing wrong. Look, all these old school methods, hot toddies, they work brilliantly. So yeah, I'm all about having a little something on the airplane for babies. You know, little honey,
you
little,
definitely got to have some type of pain medicine or something.
yeah, little analgesic or something. Yeah,
yeah. Cause
you're not gonna turn the baby into no lush.
That's why I don't like I said. I think that's something that's been lost, right? With like just the older generations, educating the younger generations to things to do and whatever. Because these damn parents, bro, I don't know shit.
Those old school ways are lost. If you got a sick child, a little ginger, a little honey, a little lemon, and some tea with a little drop of bourbon in it. Here, drink this.
Oh no,
man.
I don't know. I think that old school remedy shit. I don't know, man. Motherfuckers was dying younger. I thought back then.
The babies wasn't dying.
All I'm saying is, bro, the mortality. I don't know.
Well, you gotta remember, we were dealing with.
You can't bump into a Native American if you try. That's all I'm saying, man.
Yeah, but that
was because of motherfucking that was totally different.
Consumption, malaria, all kind of diseases, man. Tuberculosis, all them diseases they was dealing with. But just a common cold or a little influenza. Shout out to Aaron with the $2. A summer cognac, that baby's counting sheep. Wake up the next day, right as rain. Telling you. Little common cold, little flu. That's the move. Little lemon, a little honey. I'll take care of you. Shit, you're gonna get a baby diamond tap, NyQuil, and all this other happy horse shit. You're gonna turn the motherfucker into a heroin addict.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That NyQuil shit only go for so long, man. You get tolerance up for that shit, you get them too much. Man, I'm all about, if your kid's being a disturbance, it's up to you as the adult to, calm the kid down. You can redirect it. I'm not saying, don't let the baby be a baby and happy baby is cool, but if you constantly, shrieking, like, come on now.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that lady in the restaurant, I didn't see a man in the picture, and it looked like that wasn't the only. It sounded like maybe it was another child. I'm speculating, right?
No, I saw another little girl too, a bigger little girl.
Yeah. So she looked kind of stuck. She looked like her hands were tied. She has this food. It's look like a little brunch spot. You know what I mean? Kid got the little French toast sticks and shit. Like they gotta finish their brunch. I'm not gonna expect a single mom with this, 2.2 babies to get up out of there on the account. Now we're gonna hurry up and finish this brunch so we can get up out of here. We ain't gonna make an event out of it.
Yeah, but I think what happened was he addressed her and he asked could she do something about it, and from the way he was approaching everything, he did it nicely, but she took offense.
Like
so and then she did the classic angry black woman shit and made even a bigger scene than her child.
She definitely elevated the context of the conversation to places that I don't think were genuinely necessary.
Yeah.
Now, if you look though, if that were a whole nuclear family, Dad could have took, hey, look, can we get this baby portion in a doggy bag? Go sit in the car.
I ain't talking about nothing. I apologize, everybody. I had a phone call. These niggas ain't talking about shit.
God,
Aaron with the $2 says a thumb of cognac that babies be counting sheep. I appreciate y'all trying to hold it down. Y'all ain't gonna
I read that already.
Jeez Louise, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Y'all niggas making small talk. I'm glad I ain't tall, boy. Y'all don't got shit to talk about. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, did y'all see this, man?
Somebody get HAMP a hot toddy.
I'm good. I just know that y'all was boring the hell out of everybody. I apologize, everybody. Hey, did y'all see this?
Yeah, I saw it.
Damn. Now, Mr. Fantastic, do you have any context to this?
They said it was after his parade, and I guess it was like a mistaken identity or something. And the mayor said he's looking into it. He's investigating it because he ended up with guns drawn and handcuffed and shit. So yeah.
Look at your man.
Oh,
I ain't seen him in a minute.
All right, let's cover this real quick. We had to get to that main topic. I just wanted to see what y'all thought. Did you see this, Aaron?
No, I have not.
Stepping out. Hands up. Seatbelt.
Step out.
I'm opening the door. I'm opening the door.
Right here on my right. I'm keeping my fucking hands up.
I'm not reaching for no gun, bro.
Step out.
Can I put my phone?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just got the keys to the city a couple hours early.
Stepping out. Hands up. Seatbelt.
So this is the only clip I can really find about it. You know, but I
opening
don't
the
think
door.
he got in trouble.
Open the
I
door.
think he just got detained.
Yeah, they detained him and let him go.
I'm not
Like I said,
reaching for no
they
gun.
thought he was somebody different or something. Fucking, you fit the description type shit.
Is he still in Oklahoma?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Omaha, he went back home. No,
Nebraska.
Nebraska. Just got
They
the
don't
keys to
know
the
that
city.
Terence
A
Crawford.
couple hours. Yeah, I don't know if he's still living there, but I know he went back. It was for his parade that day.
But what I'm saying is the police don't know that's Terence Crawford.
Obviously not.
He just got the key to the city.
There's nobody else in Nebraska except for Tim.
Yeah,
Crouch.
nobody. I don't think what who
Tim Crouch. Remember he got drafted by the Rams and never played. He was a
That's what I was
quarterback.
about to say. It would have had to be some college football player back in the 90s. Nebraska had been relevant in fucking football since the 90s.
Tim Crouch was like the early 2000s or something. Tim Crouch or Couch or something like that. Yeah. That's crazy. The only celebrity you got from Nebraska though, it's just eerie. You know what I'm saying?
That nigga is the Nebraska GOAT, hands down.
Yeah. Damn.
Was early.
Stepping out.
I don't know. It's an interesting comment. Bill Russell was once given the key to the city of Boston. He gave it back when he couldn't eat where he wanted because of racism. That's interesting. How do you read into this? Anything?
No, yeah, it's I don't they haven't given the details as to how and why he was pulled over. So this is definitely a bad look on them. The mayor has made a statement pretty much apologizing and saying that, it's fucked up what happened. So this is a bad stop. That's how I told you I'm not back to blue and none of that shit. If the cops is on some bullshit, the cops is on bullshit. And like I say, I don't know how the hell you managed to not know who the most famous fucking person is in your state. And again, this man just won. We're a week removed from the Canelo shit. So even if you didn't know, there's no way you don't know that he was the person standing out at the parade with all the police and stuff that had to, be around it and support. So it's just bullshit to me. It's on you, Aaron.
I don't know why he's got his weapon. What is that? His weapon drawn? It looks like he has his firearm.
Yeah, gunpoint. Yes, gunpoint. Yeah. Gunpoint.
I don't see anything in this man's behavior to warrant having the bead put on him. That's not. I mean, okay. Shout out to the trigger discipline, but there's no need to put the bead on the man. But the way he's announcing every single move verbally before he does it, and they're all in compliance with the direction given. You know what I mean? Turn off the vehicle, doing this, doing that. Opening the door. Both the hands went out the door. He followed both his hands out the door, and you got the drop on him. Come on. And yeah, like y'all said, shout out to y'all. You don't know his face?
Nah, man.
What was that last thing you said, Aaron?
No, I was just saying that I don't know why bad stop all the way around.
Yeah, I think they said that there was a gun. His security officer had a secured gun in the car. You also hear him talking to say, "Hey, you undo my seatbelt. I don't want y'all to think I'm reaching for the gun that's obviously in the car." I would assume Nebraska has gun laws which you can carry, right? I'm sure. And he had security with him all day, so I guess I can fathom why they would be on alert once they see a gun. Although in Texas, it's not much like that. They ask you if you got a gun, you say yes. They just say just leave it there. You know what I mean? They don't even overreact too much. But I don't know the landscape in Nebraska. But I'm just looking at it like it just when you notice them. But I guess if you see the gun, you notice him. I guess you still pull him out the car, but just at gunpoint makes it feel, and I'm saying feel eerie because you know it's Terence Crawford, right? Not to say he can't be doing anything wrong, but the likelihood after getting the key to the city, like when do you employ like some type of common sense or I don't know, it just
That's
over the
exactly
top.
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all
And I think
have y'all got a requirement to announce in Texas?
no, if they ask you, they just ask you.
Even if they ask though, I don't think you. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know. I've been only pulled over like twice. One guy didn't ask me about anything. He's like, "Hey, you gotta fix this," and then the one guy's like, "Hey, any weapons?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay."
Yeah,
He's
that's
like,
it. Again, this isn't legal advice. This is not legal advice. Just
yeah,
saying,
I don't know.
please look up the whether you have to or don't have to inform the police officer of a gun in your state if you don't have a gun. If you don't have to announce it, even if they ask you, you can just not answer the question because cops do have a heightened, what's the name once they know a firearm is present. So if you have to, of course, you have to legally do what you have to legally do. But if you don't, just ignore it. I'll never forget this. I was leaving Virginia. I was driving down here. I got pulled over in motherfucking this one fucking place in Virginia. I can't think of the name of it right now. They get everybody, right? And they ask for license and registration, which is dumb as fuck. I mean, your registration is literally on the tag if the tag is good. And I started to reach in my glove box where my gun was, but then I was like, nah. I told him just run the plate, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you open that up and now he see a gun. You feel what I'm saying? So just be cognizant of those things.
Yeah, no, 100%. I generally answer, because it's not incriminating for me because I'm not doing anything wrong, nor is the gun illegal. You know what I'm saying? I think if we talk about heightening, I wonder not answering does it have the same effect? At least if you just because think about it, if you got he say you have a gun on you, you say how do you? So if we were to role play, I say, any weapons in the car, sir?
No. Or you don't? You said don't answer.
Well, how does it go? You on mute, Miss
I'm muted. Yeah, just don't. I'm not. I invoke my fucking Fifth Amendment or whatever.
Okay, so you're saying you're not answering any questions?
We're not answering any about that. No, about that. Again, if I'm talking to you, what's the name? But I'm like, nah, man. Hey, here you go. Here's my license and registration, or just hey, license and registration. Here you go.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if the concern is to not heighten them, right? To say answer until they ask me about the gun. Me not answering, as a police officer, I would assume that there is a gun. And I'm like, why don't you want to answer? You answered everything else.
Yeah. Hey, nah. It's hey, that's your prerogative. It's only 12 states in DC that require you to let the what's the name.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a requirement. I just when they asked, because it didn't see like when he asked me, it wasn't a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so Texas is one of them. So you have to by law in Texas.
Okay.
Florida is only when asked.
Yeah, I think you gotta tell him, right, or some shit like
that.
Yeah,
you have to tell him.
I only told him when he asked. I didn't. The other time he was kind of casual. He didn't really too much.
If you still got it up, what's PA say?
PA is only when asked.
Only when asked. Okay.
If they ask you, you have to legally tell them yes.
Yeah.
I know down here, I got my license to carry. So usually when they run your name, they run your what's name, it populates anyway.
Okay. And Ms. Jelly said you have to tell him in Nebraska too.
I think what they're saying that his situation happened because a bodyguard or somebody might have had a firearm. I don't know if it was him.
The security had the firearm.
He's come out, reaching for the gun or some shit. I'm like, why would he reach for his security's gun? That's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, they said the security. There was a couple things I was trying to watch, but it'd be so. He said he had it like between his legs. The security guard, so it was secure but ready, I guess, or it was reachable.
Yeah, and that's weird. That's dependent too. So certain carrying your firearm in the cabin, there are rules to that too. Just make sure you got a gun, man. You look at all the laws and all the things or whatever. If you got law enforcement, and don't take the word of law enforcement. Don't take nobody's word, bro. Read the damn statutes. All right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Know your local, state, and
law.
federal. Yeah.
Yeah.
But my question is that is private security riding with a client, does that mean he's on the clock, number one? And number two, is that an Act 235 position? And then how does that change the landscape?
Well, the cop don't know that. The cop don't. All the cop knows is it's somebody in the car with a firearm.
Right, but does that change the firearm owner or the firearm holder's ability to hold the firearm or keep the firearm? You know what I mean? Like if
yeah, it's still by state. So I think for the most part, most security firms, if they have armed security, you have to have a license for that specific state also.
Right.
So whatever
that's
the
right.
laws are, whatever those laws are, you have to abide by those laws.
Yeah, that would be my question. Is that an Act 235 position? And if it is, does he have it? And if he does, is he on the clock? And if he is, what's the law now? You know.
So this look at Terrence here. Look at his security. It don't look like he got his buddies. You see him?
Yeah.
He got a bunch of.
Well, hey, hit pause real quick. I think they didn't know who he was. Nebraska, man, y'all got to do better, man. What the fuck, man?
Nah, this gotta be a quiet.
Nah, bro, that's it. You see it. You got one. You see the one lonely person on the other side.
Nah.
It's Nebraska, Hamp. Come on now.
Nah, they gotta be more popular.
Nah, man, you see it.
There we go. All right. Oh yeah, it's popping. Nah, it's lit.
Well, that's the sound we needed. There you go.
Yeah, no, it's lit out there in the
Hey, man, what's going on, man?
Jesus Christ, bro.
I didn't know they had skyscrapers in Nebraska, man. Like shit.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. Damn. Salute to Terence Crawford, man. It just was eerie. I don't think anything happened out of it. He was detained, but that's just a sorry ass feeling, Green Life said they got 3 skyscrapers. But damn, just to get accosted or detained, even after you just got detained, it just sucks. You know what I'm saying? You can't help but think of all the reasons why that happened, up to and including race. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about for him, just thinking about that shit. You know what I mean? Like, who did he fit the description of, and you the world champion. You just beat the most popular boxer we had in the last, 10 years or so, arguably.
Post Floyd, yeah.
Yeah, and a boxer that they loved. I think Floyd was popular, like infamous too. You know what I mean? But people just love Canelo. You know what I'm saying? And now you get, you just fit the description and shit, essentially. So, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
When I'm traveling.
Perfect. Fantastic, man. What we doing here, man?
Hey, man, we talking about these HBCUs, bro. And you know what I mean? If they serve a purpose, if they like, what are we doing here? I mean, for one, the people that it's made for ain't even using them. The white man's ice is definitely colder. And then too, when they are using them, there are extremely poor graduation rates, and it's just a lot of money mishandling, a lot of financial issues and bankruptcies and accreditations being lost. Just saying, man.
You got to bring some evidence, man.
I got to bring evidence. Come on, man. I got the evidence, man. I ain't lawyer-tastic today. I ain't attorney-tastic.
Brother.
Man, what we talking about? Oh, we start. Well, first off, I got to, for whatever reason, man, shout out to President Trump, right? And share this. You know what I mean? I don't know how and why the black community just hates President Trump so much, man. But in September 2025, the Trump administration announced a one-time increase nearly $500 million in redirected federal funds for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs. The total funding for HBCUs in fiscal year 2025 is now over $1.34 billion, a 48.4% increase from the original allocation. Shout out to President Trump. I don't know no racist that's done that.
48%.
All y'all that was mad for about those, he said redirect it. So all of that, slush fund money that was going to all these other things. I'm saying, man, shout out to the president, man.
If I read that on his face, pause, it seems like a huge increase.
Yeah, very huge. Pause.
Massive.
What would be the retort to this?
Trump did it.
Still not enough?
Yeah, racism, slavery, reparations.
So do you think the 1.3, how many HBCUs are there?
I don't know. Enough for 1.34 billion. Way more than enough to, again, I don't think this is probably one of, if not the highest that it's ever had in one fiscal year. Again, like I said, he redirected the funds. So this is something that they had already given them money, and then he added another half a billion to it in the same fiscal year.
107 colleges in the states are identified by the Department of Education as HBCUs. Three are currently closed.
Yeah.
So
and that's
20,
a stat by the 107.org, whatever that is.
107, 20 across 21 states, right?
Across 21 states.
So that's at least 10 million per what's the name? 10 million per college. And that's just federal funding, not state and everything else.
Is $10 million per college insignificant?
Hell no. For HBCU, fuck no. Especially when the attendance is much lower. HBCUs don't have the attendance that volume wise. I'm talking as a PWI. I think what's the largest HBCU? The largest HBCU would probably be something like Howard or probably Howard. I think we're probably, but or down here something like FAMU or something, right? Let's see.
Those are the most popular for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Let me see.
So, what do you guys think? Is $10 million per school good money? Put a 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Yeah, A&T might be the largest.
North Carolina Agricultural and Technical NCHT is the highest enrollment among historically black. Bro, 12,000 students, bro. Get the fuck out of here. 12,000? 10 million is way more than enough, Hamp. Come on now.
This one say 15,000.
Even still, 15,000, $10 million is way more than enough. What are we talking about?
Yeah, 10 million.
Yeah, and they said the other ones were Howard, Prairie View, Florida A&M, FAMU, and Morgan State was the other ones, the largest or the most popular.
Yeah, damn. 10 million. I mean, with 15,000 kids, and they still paying something, right?
Yeah, they still paying something.
10 million sounds like it should do something
bro,
positive.
10 million definitely doing something, bro. Stop playing, bro. It's 10 million more than they didn't have before. I can tell you that.
Damn.
Wait a minute. New York Times reports American universities spent $60 billion in federal money in 23. And I'm seeing another source that says there are over 3,000 colleges and universities. 60 billion across 3,000 colleges is nowhere near 10 million a school.
Yeah, definitely not 10 million a school.
So comparatively, this is more money allocated.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how strong these numbers are. This is New York Times, but
okay. All right. So, we understand the $10 million. This was their first point. Let's go on.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, shout out to what's the name for that. The next one would be, let me stop sharing and share. So the talks of this whole thing that happened with the on the HBCU campus, right? And I started wondering. I'm like, well, damn, man. All these HBCU students that was out there showing their ass, what are they actually doing? Are they learning something? Are they actually getting their education? And what you come to find, man, unfortunately, right? The HBCU graduation rate is the lowest graduation rate of all groups, man. The HBCU rates vary, but a significant finding is that when accounting for similar student demographics and resources, HBCUs often show better graduation rates for Black students than comparable non-HBCUs. Recent data from the 2024 academic year shows that the average four-year graduation rate ranked HBCUs around 23.2%. Though this figure is high for top-ranked schools like Spelman College and Howard University. Don't give a damn. It's less than a quarter of graduating. Less than a quarter of people are graduating within the 4-year time span. Or I don't even know this at all. I don't even say at all, right? But it says the 4-year rate, okay? 23.2. These motherfuckers going to school to party, pledge, and what else?
You wait, 23.2% graduation rate for a 4-year degree?
You see it.
I don't
see
believe
it. Hey, man, hey, it's right here.
No.
U.S. News
Less
and
than
World
a quarter of HBCU enrollees graduate with a bachelor's.
Hey, you see what it says, brother. And Aaron, this is shit I be talking about. Motherfuckers talking about, oh man, he bullying them kids. He on the HBCU campus. Well, shit, it ain't like they learning nothing. Less than a quarter of them go graduate on time. So what are we talking about? Oh, compared to what? Oh, that's a great question to the people that said compared to what. So now I knew, the detractors were going to say this. So let's keep this in mind. So everybody put your 23.2s in the chat, please. Chat participation. Put your 23.2 HBCU. Okay. Can I get a 23.2 HBCU? Let's go. All right. So now we will go to the PWI graduation rate. Bullshit. It had a hold on. Come on, bro. Where was it? Now I gotta get.
I know the 4-year graduation rate at the University of Maryland College Park campus was 77%. More than 3/4.
I gotta show the damn what's name I sent y'all now, because now what's name wanna not. Hold up, let me see.
I can't believe that.
Let me see. Where's it at? Yeah, so that, hold on. Is it not there? Why the hell they tell me the HBCU shit and not that? So yeah, so what it says here, right? There isn't a single PWI predominantly white institution graduation rate for 2024, but rather data for specific cohorts is available. For instance, the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center reports in May 2025, 68.6% of all white students who entered 4-year college in 2018 had graduated by 2024. However, Black students in the PWIs had a lower graduation rate of 44%. So even though it's lesser at fucking PWIs, you have a higher graduation rate in PWIs than you do at HBCUs. I don't know why the hell this shit then. Let's see if it is. The one I sent y'all, bro, it didn't, when I redid it, it didn't come up that way. But y'all saw the screenshot I sent you. I see it's in the screenshot that I put in the group chat.
Wait. What is it now? Wait, hold on. What?
Go
Wait, what's
pull
the
up.
correlation?
So
Yeah.
the correlation is, okay, 68.6% of white students graduate from the PWI and 44% of black students graduate from PWIs.
Okay.
So that's damn near double, because it's less than 25%, right? In HBCUs, and you have 44% graduation rate in the PWIs.
Okay.
So
Wait,
for whatever
where's
reason, when I looked this again, it didn't give me the same read as it did on the initial joint, and I don't remember the prompt that I used.
Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. This one. Which one is it? This one?
All right, never mind. I can use. Hey, never mind. I got it. HAMP. It's right here. It's on the other one. So it combined the two for the other one, which we was gonna get to anyway. So fuck it. Here we go. So here we go. All right. Ivy League graduation rates are consistently high, averaging approximately 96% over 6 years. This figure represents a higher percentage of students earning a degree, significantly higher than the national average for all four-year colleges and universities, which is around 63% for public institutions.
Now that's consistent with, I just went to Princeton's university site and they had a 98% graduation rate. And then I'm looking at NCES, National Center for Education Statistics.gov.
And again,
and
people
it says 64%, in 2014.
Yeah, so again, for the people that are too slow in the chat to understand it, I literally did all three levels of it. I did HBCUs, I did PWIs, and I did Ivy League to make the point that the higher you go, the more that's required and the more successful that it is. So, you know what I'm saying? Not saying the HBCUs are at the bottom of the barrel, quote unquote, but by performance, they are. Okay.
Well, but why is this over 6 years? Is the other one over 6 years? Because what the 23% is over the course of 4 years. So graduating on time has a substantial impact.
Yeah, but I think it still gave you the 4 years. I think for Ivy League, more of those schools have 6 year probably programs because it's more, huh?
But they have bachelor's degree is a 4 year degree.
Yeah, but I think the programs in Ivy League probably are more. I don't know if it's like, I don't know what to call it, but they have more.
They just stay in school longer.
Yeah, because of probably the course load. That's what I'm saying. The course load and the curriculum and the requirements are much higher. So I think that's why.
But that's the thing, though. The course load is a course load. To be a full-time student, you have to have 12 credit hours, right? You can take up to 18 if you can stand it. You know what I'm saying? So full-time students,
yeah, and like you're saying, it's law school too. So it's a lot of it's law school. That's what I'm saying. So law school is not a 4 year degree.
Law school isn't a 4 year degree, but we're asking about the bachelor's, right? Because that's the one where most people are within, right?
But that's what I'm saying. So a lot that's why I thought I was right when I said it. A lot of Ivy League have like upper echelon programs as to where you're not going to finish it in 4 years because of all of the extra requirements.
I get that, but see, here's the thing: when you start adding in grad students, that exponentially increases the graduation. You know what I mean? Because they have to get a bachelor's, and then a law school degree would be 3 years. So that's what I'm saying. Like we need a 4 year comparison.
Well, no, so people. That's what I'm saying. So people in the chat are saying it, and that's what I thought. I know they didn't pay for it, but I'll just say people that went to the things are telling you some schools have a longer than 4 year requirement because of the course load and because of the curriculum and so on and so forth. So it's rare that you get it in the 4 year time span. But if you have certain shit, is what I'm saying. So I'm pretty sure that's why they have. And even in this, if you read, just read this, right? Ivy League graduation rates consistently high, averaging approximately 96% over 6 years. Figure represents a high percentage of students earn degrees significantly higher than the national average of all 4 year colleges. So it's even telling you it's making a comparison of the 6 because the 6 should be the standard compared to 4.
But what I'm saying is the rigorous nature doesn't make a bachelor's degree 6 years, right? An associate's is 2 years. When you obtain a bachelor's degree, that's 4 years, and then graduate programs have differences, right? So a bachelor's degree is 4 years, right? If it takes you longer because it's more difficult, but it's still based on the credit. You see the credit amount of credits you have to amass.
Yeah,
it's
the
a
credit
4
hours, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But it just might be difficult. And I've seen that happen to people at a bunch of schools, you know? Like I was in school 5 years, but I transferred schools twice, you know? So all your credits don't transfer, or people be failing, so then they have to take a little longer. But a bachelor's degree is still 4 years, you know? But yeah, difficulty is difficulty. Yeah, but the curriculum will cover 4 years. Yeah, Mike said that. So see, that's the only thing, right? So what do you think about so what would be 4 years? Can we grasp a 4 year look
But
into it, or
if it's at 96% at 6 HAMP, it's still going to be exponentially high at 4. So even if you were to again, I can't think of what the metric would be. I mean, you know, but it's safe to say that it's not going to be anywhere near 24%.
I can agree. I think I can agree to that.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be anywhere near 24, less than 24%. Okay.
But here's the other thing though. What would you consider the variance? 10 points?
What do you mean? Hell no. Way more than 10 points. Are you
No, I'm
it
saying
would be more
from 96% to what?
no less than the 63% that's represented in the average for PWIs.
You think it would drop 20 percentage points though, or 30%?
I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. I was at the worst, it would be this. At the worst, it would match the PWI at worst.
What would you bring? What would you elevate the black schools graduation rate for
6
adding?
years?
Yeah.
We can bump it up to 10 points. If we bump it 10 points, that's still failure. You're right at 33%.
Cause I like for me as I was in school for 5 years, but I graduated in 5 years. I transferred schools twice, you know, so I wonder how many people are in that category, right? That should be a consideration if it's being considered here. I don't even know why they leading with the 6 year.
Oh, it's right here. My bad. It's right here. It's right here. 4-year graduation rate. The average 4-year graduation rate is lower, around 87.4%.
Okay, so that's
that answers the question.
Yeah, that answers the question. Okay, that's better. You see what I mean? Like it makes more sense, right?
I got you. Yeah, because you know people are going to say, you know, yeah. So yeah, to help the dummies. So this is the answer for the 4 years right here, people.
Damn. So look at this one. Yeah, so that's 4 years. National comparison: the Ivy League rate is substantially higher than 63% 6-year graduating for public 4-year institutions. So now 63% at 6 years.
PWI, yeah. So the PWI stays the same.
So what is it at?
It extrapolates to 53%.
Yeah. So
no,
actually, no. It stays exactly the same. So it tells us that even the what's the name rate is going to be nearly close, if not identical, to what it already is, because the 4-year graduation rate for PWI is 63, and the 6-year graduation rate is 63. So if anything, it's going to either remain the same or drop, as we seen with you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Now here's the thing about the national comparison: HBCUs are also included in that. It's like they don't want to parse out the PWI to be unto themselves, and for not that they don't want to. Maybe we got to prompt it differently because when it gives you that 63% number, that's including all the schools with the exception of Ivy League, right? Essentially.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get 6-year graduation rate for HBCUs.
What did it?
That would hurt HBCUs though, because if you pull them out of the equation, they'd be the one limiting factor.
Is it the factor that's pulling that percentage down?
Yes, right. Pulling it down for sure, 1,000%.
The chat don't even make sense. We trying to understand the numbers. Nobody.
They just mad because I'm saying it. They just mad because I'm bringing up a point.
And you know what? Do they parse out PWIs, right? Like
I got it right here. It's right here.
So my question is too: HBCU is an exact designation, right?
Mm-hmm.
PWI isn't, right? Or is it? It's not, right?
No, it's not. No, it's just something that we make up to talk about what's name. Yeah. So I was right. So I was right on about like the 10 points. It says 35% nationally. So 35% at 6 years, which is still failing by a lot.
Okay, but it goes up about 12 points.
Yeah, 12 points.
Okay. So, though this average can vary significantly between individual institutions, with some like Spelman and Howard performing above 50%, the others having rates below 20% when compared to non-HBCUs serving similar low-income student populations. HBCUs often show comparable or even higher success rates for Black students, emphasizing that a single average doesn't tell the whole story of the HBCU impact.
Bullshit.
Why you say that?
Because black students are graduating at a 44% rate in PWIs.
Damn, pull that number up. I was on the phone. So 44% rate graduation rate for Black students at PWIs.
Yes.
That's still 20 below.
Exactly. What are you talking about, man?
I can't believe this. This is.
I know, man. I'll be just like, I know, man. I'm the bearer of bad news. That's why I got my pallbearer suit on today.
Pallbearer suit. You do look like a funeral director.
Why is this shit not going where I need it to be?
Wait. There's a single overall with PWI for the first time.
I gotta find a damn prompt that
as it's a broad category. Okay.
So
because the one I had originally didn't have a fucking what's the name, bro. It's pissed me off.
So what do you think? What do you think about HBCUs? What should happen? What would you do? What were you saying about the money?
Get rid of all the wasteful ones. We need a fucking Doge for these HBCUs that are operating at a fucking less than 20%, especially we're talking 20%. Bro, HAMP, that's what business would even be allowed to be funded, or division in a business that was only, you know what I'm saying, operating at a 20% success rate. Who would keep that around?
WNBA.
Well, outside of that.
Well, what it is designations for things that are perceived to be need to be served and are underserved and need to be highlighted, regardless if they have the support around it or not.
Yeah, no, get them out of here, bro. If you cannot motherfucking teach the fucking students, and you're getting $10 million in government funding and all these different things and so on and so forth, and you're pretty much just, like I said, a big ass frat house, or like, as I love to say, the 13th grade, get the fuck out of here, man. Shut them down. Redirect that money to the ones that are being successful and actually doing what you're supposed to do for the students. I think it's a disservice to Black college attendees, because now you're wasting your money, right? For what?
Well, okay. Given that the NBA subsidizes the WNBA, right, in the interest of promoting women athletes, you don't think the same should occur in the HBCU community in the interest of promoting Black universities?
No, I like I said, I think that it's the same things where they're getting the money from the a bigger pot, which would be the federal government, right?
Yeah, they're spreading the subsidy out, right? Yeah.
Yeah, especially though, being when we say it, Aaron, we made the comparison, you're getting a much bigger piece of the pie, you know what I'm saying, even though it's less money because there's far less schools. So, you know what I'm saying, if you have 100 some odd schools, right, and you're getting 10 million per school compared to the PWIs that are getting, far less, I mean, I don't see the problem. I think a lot of times what you find out, and a lot of people in business understand this, consolidating and taking away a lot of the extra things actually helps. So if you had more money, schools getting 20 million versus 10 because you cut down the HBCU pool by let's say 30%, right? The lowest performers and the underperformers, you cut them now. you have better funding for the remaining schools and possibly better opportunities for education.
So the lowest performers would be the one that are out of here, and then the remainder of the subsidy would be spread across.
Yeah, the ones that remain.
The higher performing.
Yeah, the ones that remain.
On performance or population of students or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the comparisons are so tough, right? Because the HBCUs are so exact, right? You know what they are. They have a designation. You know, there's a lot of shit and piss PWIs, but the number gets pulled up by a Princeton or a Harvard or Howard or excuse me, Harvard or Stanford, right? Just to name a couple publics, or a UNC or a Duke as an example, right? If you parse them out, I think the argument we could really be able to see it, you know, because the Ivies should be in their own category.
They are. Ivies are now.
No, yeah. I'm saying like if we move the HBCUs and then see like the other universities, right? What would it pan out to?
Oh, you talking about the PWIs outside of the Ivies?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I know they exist, right? And like I said, PWIs aren't community college; they'd be, I guess, either public universities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I think those exist, but I highly doubt the same percentage of low performers are as the HBCU with such a small pool.
Well, here's the interesting point, though. I guess the point, like, you parse it, it was 63% graduation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they said
that would include the worst performers, HAMP. That would include the worst performers.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Think? So now, okay. So now, when you look at the cost, HBCUs cost less, right? Do you think that has? Go ahead.
No, but they get more funding. We just went over this. So if they're getting far more funding because of the smaller pool, and they're getting a larger percent of funding for a much smaller, as you said, what you said 15,000 was the biggest one you seen. What's the most popular fucking PWI?
The most popular,
or the highest attended PWI?
Damn, what's the biggest? Is it Michigan?
Michigan,
I would think something like that. Let's see, highest attended college.
It's like 60,000 kids or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Guess rather.
No, it says the largest college in the U.S. is typically Arizona State or Texas A&M, with enrollment numbers sometime exceeding 100,000 for ASU.
Arizona State is crazy.
70,000 for Texas A&M.
Yeah, Arizona State's crazy.
Yeah, are we doing this, HAMP? Come on now, 100,000 compared to 15,000.
I just because we're saying close these schools.
Let's see what the average is. Let me see what the average is. Let me see average college, public college attendance, right?
Holy cow! Over 100,000 students. The population of Tempe, Arizona, is 190.
So, all right. So, Mr. Fantastic, when you initially sent the topic, right? Are HBCUs still the title that you suggested was are HBCUs still serving their purpose?
Yeah.
Break that down for me.
Yeah, so of course we know back when they were originally started, HBCUs were higher education opportunities for Black students because you weren't allowed to attend white colleges, right? So those that were accepted into it were capable, ready, prepared, graduation, all those things. I think a lot of the Martin Luther King went to, it was either Clark or Spelman, or not Morehouse or Spelman, one of the two, I forget. Right, even a lot of our civil rights leaders and leaders and activists and things went to HBCUs because that's the only option they had. Now that integration happened and you can go wherever you want to go, it seems as if and it's a very, very small percentage of Black people even using them it's 9% of black students, black college students use HBCUs, and then of that 9%, there seems to be a major point of failure for, you know what I'm saying, graduation, when we look at less than 25% graduation rate at 4 years. So that's completely totally goes against what the original purpose, you know, the original purpose of what the HBCU was, the expectations and outcomes.
How much do you? I understand that seemingly computes. What about the experience of college? What do you think the value of that is?
For me, for me, I went to college for a semester, right? Good old Macon State before it came, whatever, Central Georgia something now, whatever. I think most young adults don't take college serious. College is your first thing of freedom. Everybody want to get drunk and party and, you know, be free and do what the fuck you want to do. Education is second, if not third or less on the list. And you know, that Pell Grant hit pretty nice. You know, those student loans people use, you know, go ahead and buy these chargers and shit or whatever. You know, so again, man, I think education isn't in first place for the reason that people go to college, and you know what I mean, at all. It's just not majority of people.
100%. Yeah. No. Okay. I guess to clarify my question, like the experience of an HBCU as a PWI, as compared to, have you ever thought about like the value of HBCU to the student specifically?
No, there's no value. It's all feelings and emotional and shit or whatever, right? Because as we know, even in the PWIs, the black kids usually hang more so with the black kids. That's why you had the black frats and you had the white frats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So being that the same camaraderie and the same experience can be had within the thing, the only difference is, I mean, I guess it's majority black people. So again, I don't. The curriculum is curriculum. The whole purpose of college is education, not experience. You feel me? So if you're getting away from home and now you go on a campus and you stay on campus, or you know, stay in a dorm, or you stay in an apartment, whatever it is, so on and so forth, just to have fun and party, more so than get the education. I mean, like I said, I don't see the difference. You do this, it's the same thing in PWIs. It's just that it's black. There's no difference in college life. And for the people saying this shit, even though I went to college for I went to college for a semester because I joined the military. You fucking idiots in the chat. Remember? Yeah, you know, 20 years retired, by the way. That, you know, I went to other colleges after I joined the military because I was still a young cat. You feel me? With, you know, with freedom to do what the fuck I want to do, and with money in my pocket. At the same time, while people were sitting in college and sitting in classes trying to struggle with a Pell Grant and, you know, asking their mom for money. So yeah, so I got to experience the college life, not even being in college. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You had the fun. You definitely experienced the fun part.
Yeah, well, yeah, the best part. It was plenty of college campuses around. Like I said, I went to up to Howard. I was stationed in Maryland, right?
Yeah,
I went up there for, you know, what I mean?
But being integrated in those classes, right? There's so much more experience outside of the frat houses and the Black Student Union that you get relegated to at a PWI, right? You in class with majority white people. I think that part is kind of glossed over, you know. Oftentimes you're in the cafeteria with majority white people, you know, so you're trying to find and look for a tribe that I think has a totally different experience. When you go to the big parties at the school, it's 99% white. When I was at University of Rhode Island and I went down, they call this thing down the way, right? They're like, this is the best place ever. All the grad students have houses on the beach, right? But it was white boys busting beer cans over their head and drinking out of those kegs. Right,
bongs and shit, beer bongs.
Yeah,
and
that's not I can't identify with none of that. But I play football, so we have that insulation, right? Because a lot of the football players are black, right? So we kind of built in with that. You know what I'm saying? But the other students, they don't have that, right? And their experience was vastly different. When you go to a HBCU, everybody's black. Everybody in class with you is black. The whole 9 yards. The student government is black, right? The opportunities are there, and they're easily obtainable. I think seeing black people in positions of authority throughout have a different impact. Than comparison yourself constantly to some white man who's running the thing, right? Because that's always what happens. But when you go to HBCU, you see faces that look like yours, and I think that promotes people to be or strive, right? Because I think seeing themselves in a place makes a difference.
Well, no. Well, the numbers say it does just the opposite.
Hmm.
The numbers say it does just the opposite, Hamp. The numbers say because I'm around niggas, I don't have to try. Because I'm around niggas, I don't have to graduate on time. Because I'm around niggas, the standards is everybody's cool and we're all friends and there really isn't any hierarchy. So the numbers say that no, because I'm around niggas, my education is further down the line. My experiencing blackness and all of this existential bullshit is far more important than me getting what I came there to get, which is a education. That's what the numbers say. When it's less than 25% graduation rate over motherfucking 4 years. And the same black students that don't go to the HBCU and go to the PWI perform at almost double the graduation rate at the same amount of time. So as I said, I think it's more of a hindrance because that's the problem with niggas. Niggas like to have fun first and not get the motherfucking mission accomplished. And the numbers and everything are proving that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the numbers say it, There's way more distraction at the HBCU. Just because everybody look like you, everybody is an option. Every party is for you. So I can see, based on my experience, going to a PWI twice and then going to a HBCU, I can attest that it was easy to get sidetracked there. And maybe it's hard for me to articulate value because the value is sentimental. When we having the conversation, it's hard for me to convey sentimental value and overcome the numbers. It's like one of those things when it's disingenuous, like, yo, you just had to be there. Right.
Yeah.
But it's hard to prove that.
Yeah, and I'm not doubting that. The experience part of it, and like you said, the feeling good shit. Yeah, cool, fine. Different world in real life. Yeah, ooh, But the job of college is going there and getting your fucking degree and using that degree in real life to be a successful person, right? And clearly, that's not being done in HBCUs.
Yeah, and the biggest party schools are white schools. Like Arizona State, like even Rhode Island was known to be like a party school. Maine is like one of the top party schools. And what's that graduation rate? 50%?
I'm looking it up right now. Arizona State. Hold on, let me share the screen so they don't say I'm lying.
Go ahead.
Hamp said this is one of the major party schools, man. You got to share it because you got another screen up. You got to bring it up. Arizona State University, 65.9%. That's 20. That's last year's numbers.
So now, what about where do most of our graduate degrees come from?
You mean like what college
STEM.
or what?
STEM.
Huh?
Like do most of the STEM degrees that we have come from HBCUs or JD as an example?
No way. There's no way. Let me see.
So I'm talking about, STEM.
Well, it's only not. Yeah, it's no way. Majority. If only 9% of black students go to HBCUs, it's no way that the majority of the STEM degrees come from HBCUs.
Say per capita.
Oh, you're saying per?
Yeah, because like if you did like per 100,000, you know what I mean, like pound for pound.
Okay, let me Google it. Let me see.
Let me read these real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mike Brown with the $5 is fantastic. Should we get rid of HBCUs? College enrollment is at an all-time high. Will those students get into a PWI? Wolf 313 with the $2 says HBCU today are full of modern chicks and girl-raised boys. West End with the 10 ounces. All my friends who lived on campus who were engineering majors did it in 4.5 to 5. I was a working student, 2 jobs. It took me 6 years. Hampton University has an architecture program that's a 5-year. Yeah, the programs have a time length, right? But there's an achievement right there, right? So a bachelor's degree is a 4-year degree, and then you go on, right, to get an elevated degree. Sophisticated Jerk with the $5 says, can you do a course comparison for tuitions between the schools? Salute the wolf in the building.
Perfect.
Who just became a member. Salute my G. Hope all is well. Wolf for the $2 says, come on, guys. This shit is putting us to sleep. And putting you to sleep. Don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Thanks for the $2.
Okay. What about?
Fuck out of here.
Damn, yo, the number. The fucking. So this is an interesting comment, right? Salute to Shaw. I wish that they could come up, but they busy on Monday. The bourgeoisie still comes from the HBCUs, right?
Yeah, the boule and shit. Yeah, the Divine Nine. Yeah, for the most of it, I think most of it still comes from HBCUs. And now HAMP right. And HAMP right. It says most of the STEM degrees do come from the HBCUs. It says North Carolina A&T, Howard, and Spelman specifically.
North Carolina A&T, Howard, and Spelman.
They didn't mention. Well, Spelman is for girls, so I guess it'll be the most for the women.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, yeah. I wonder if Morehouse, maybe they, yeah. Damn. Let's
see.
Aaron, what do you think? I have a dog in a fight. I graduated from HBCU, I seen the value, but it's difficult for me to articulate everything I saw while being there, comparing it to the white school that I went to. I hated that shit. The first school, I hated it so much I couldn't stand it. Rhode Island was so much larger that there were pockets of people, but even then, it wasn't the comfort level. Just the potential opportunity didn't feel the same, and I'm saying feel. And then when I transferred to the HBCU, it's like the world looked totally different. Like there's so many things I didn't know that I learned. I didn't even know what fraternities were coming from up north. People are like, you can't walk on that. I'm like, who got a purple dog in the middle of the yard? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even know what any of that was. And I just look at that experience as being uberly valuable, and it's assisted me going through life now. But again, that's a very anecdotal. When he starts bringing the numbers in, I don't know how to refute that. All I can refer to is in the past to say, well, look at all our greats. They come from here. But that's at a time in which we didn't have the same level of opportunity to attend these other schools. And then Black people are graduating at higher rates from the other schools than our schools. That makes it tough. That makes it tough. When I transferred there, Aaron, and I go to the gym and nobody's there, and the coaches are teaching in the classroom, where at the other school, coaches coach football. But they had to supplement their incomes and etc. You know what I mean? Like, and so we just had several things that we were missing. So it's hard. It's hard. Like, because I saw the deficit. We had a meal plan. We went to this cafeteria. You went to Maryland. They got their own cafeteria now above the stadium. At the HBCU, we had one cafeteria, and you eating whatever bullshit is in there, right? Now, this is money. Mike Brown is one of my pro fights. We had a Chancellor, Gilchrist, right? We were winning football games. Gilchrist this. He got ousted for stealing. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. He got ousted. The money was fucked up. Ed Reed went to what's his school that Ed Reed went to? He was gonna be the head coach. I think it's in Virginia. No. Somebody will know. Okay. So Mike just confirmed that, right? for me. What was the school that Ed Reed was about to coach at? So he pulls up to the school. The grass isn't manicured. The fence is broken. Bethune-Cookman.
I was gonna say Bethune-Cookman. I thought it was down
Yeah.
here. I thought it was
Yeah.
Florida.
Florida, my bad. Right? And he's like, yo, what the fuck? Remember he put it on the camera and they fired him.
Yeah, they fired his ass.
Dion sold out the
Jackson State.
Yeah, the spring
Stadium.
game.
Stadium, yeah. So yeah.
Spring game, right? He didn't get the money and all that stuff, right? So we've
That's right.
seen
He
that.
was showing
Hold on.
how
Don't
he was
interject.
misappropriating
Yeah, don't
funds.
interject while I'm talking though. Don't right now. Hold on. Right. So I'm looking at all these things just to be 100% honest about the conversation. You see, right? I have to name these things, you know, and I see the value, but because I was there, but also I could be, I mean, there's obvious bias.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate the bias. My experience was much different. Going to Maryland, the educational experience and opportunities available seemed to be pretty balanced because of my major. Being in mechanical engineering is a very culturally diverse major. A lot of Indian, a lot of Eastern Asian, white, black, a little bit of everybody's in there. And then from like a social perspective, we would go down to Howard to party, but that says it in a sentence right there. We would go down to Howard to party.
But that's where the demographic of women is though. Like
Right. You pick it up.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's a different differentiation there. And we would go down to party, not even to go to a specific party, but just to be present on the campus felt like going to the club as in relationship to just walking across Maryland's campus. Right. So that kind of presents a different perspective. Also, we were very frat heavy. We had Frat House Row across Route 1 and the University of Maryland, big U-shape. I mean, half of South Campus was frat house.
Yeah.
And these are frats that were available to anybody who would join, but they were all just a lot of them happened to be white, but they're full of black people as well. And we had black frats on campus, but the Q's weren't. Right, they were not. They didn't have a chapter on the campus. So it's like I see exactly what you're saying, and my heart actually hurts a bit because I believe what you're saying is true. I just didn't experience it, but I think it's because my collegiate experience was a very perfect storm of events that would prevent me from experiencing the opposite of what you're saying. You know what I mean? Enough to be able to verify it. So.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. And I'm trying to. It's
then being college athlete too.
Yeah,
so even in the cafeteria, we ate. This is before they had the over the stadium, but even at the student caf, it was a segregated part. It was like a room, half the cafeteria. There was a partition. You couldn't even go in there unless you played football, and it was all you could eat because our diets were very, you know what I mean, catered to us. Right, exactly. The only thing we had was lunch. On your own because you had to fit it in your scholastic schedule. But breakfast and dinner was all you can eat, whatever it is they had, and it was a much better quality than what was available to the students. So again, I can't, that's a different. I lived on South Campus. No freshman could live on South Campus. You had to be a junior or better. North Campus was where the high-rise dorms were. We all lived in apartments. So it's hard for me to really say.
Yeah, it's an experience-driven thing, which is hard to refute numbers with experience, like just articulating the experience. I just know. I guess here's an argument, and it may be weak, but I don't think that 20% goes to the PWI and does. There's so many reasons for it. You close down these schools. What's the logistics, right? Are there indeed other schools that they can go to within proximity? Even though that a lot of the HBCUs do cost less, is that a component of it, or can you go to a PWI with the same cost?
Right, right.
Let me read these real quick, and I'll get Mr. Williams and Creator and salute fellas. Creator, I apologize. I just wanted to finish that thought because it wasn't a well thought out thought, so I didn't want to get interrupted because I was trying to think of it as I was going. DC Slim with the $5 says, amazing how this dude comes up here talk dirty about us on a consistent basis. You ask him what is good about us? You respond to that?
Bro, what the fuck does it have to do with anything, bro? Like again, why do black people want to be coddled? I am simply unearthing something, a major issue and problem that you niggas either before I brought it up, you had no idea. Instead of you fucking being like, damn, this is an issue we need to look into, see if we can fix it. You want me to motherfucking tell you good things to make you feel good about black people, bro. Grow the fuck up, man. You older than me.
AL with the $5 says PWIs get research money because they have the infrastructure to support the research. HBCUs are mostly teaching institutions that makes it harder to get money. You have to break that down a little bit more.
No, that's another excuse. No, when you get the money, what are they doing with it? Again, they're not every. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. No, it's more excuses, bro. You just gave them examples, Hamp. When they had deals and they had the money a lot. Specifically, look up bankruptcies and HBCUs, man. They are funneling money. Okay, a lot of these places are going through bankruptcy. A lot of these places are losing accreditation because they're not using the money the way they should be using it. So no, you don't just keep giving more money to a failing fucking program. Stop making excuses.
Wolf 313 would tell us how many college football players turn pro yearly? Oh, less than 1%.
Yeah, less than 1%.
On Benizer to 2000, HBCUs always need money because alumni don't give. Yeah, the endowments aren't great. AL with the $5 example. MIT has access to their own particle accelerator. Morehouse got to partner with someone else who's more likely to win the grant. It's a catch-22.
Okay, so other than MIT, how many particle accelerators are there in any other? You make other PWIs have to do the same thing. It's not just Morehouse. You don't just have particle accelerators all over the country and in every college.
There's a good example actually, AL. So Elizabeth City, if you take pharmacy program at I believe it's UNC, you go to Elizabeth City. So they built an entire pharmacy like building essentially. And Mike can correct me if I'm wrong. So if you're in the pharmacy program at UNC, you go to ECSU though to do it. I think that would be kind of an example, right? Of kind of partnering. You put all those things in.
They're not charging them. They're not charging them money to do the shit. Ham. Yeah, like they're not charging them money to do it. It actually makes the college look good because you're helping out HBCU school. You're a PWI and you're helping out a HBCU, giving them free access to the facilities and their students. So that's not even a valid excuse either.
What's up, y'all?
No, I was just saying that was a thing of how it like you said, the state damn near partner put all that stuff in one place, right?
Yeah.
It also adds money to that campus, right? Because you got more people, more traction in the buildings there, right? That has to be funded and maintained, and then funds can be used, for a few different things. So I'm just answering the accelerator part that you know what I mean? I've seen that happen before. Hold on, Mike. Mr. Williams got to go. Mr. Williams, what's popping? Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna say a lot of people don't even realize those partnerships are standard, like they're common. Like Prairie View A&M is actually owned by Texas A&M. Most people don't even know that. So that those partnerships are how most of these programs thrive because of the machinery needed to the program work.
It makes sense, right? You don't have why have an accelerator at every place, right? Put it in a place where people who need to go, they make trips, day trips, etc. Right? That's just functionality, Of course, and also using MIT, it's almost like right?
Yeah. And that also has a lot to do with like corporate relationships and stuff like that. I remember in Maryland, we did a thing with BMW. We were studying how to use hydrogen as a fuel source on board the vehicle. And we had to outsource a lot of work to North Carolina because they had a relationship with BMW. Their plant was in North Carolina. So a lot of it is based on where your commercial connections are, your corporate connections are, and maybe even with the military. Like you'll have naval research and stuff done through, and shout out to Mr. Fantastic, he can tell you this, done through universities. It's based on their location. You got to be near a naval base to be able to do some of the research with the Navy. So it has nothing to do with the university itself as much as it does its relationship with companies that use the technology.
Yeah, and schools specialize.
Exactly.
So it makes sense that what school was it? Boston University. Like if you wanted to be a journalist, I think it was something like that. You go. That's the school that you want to go to.
Right.
Springfield College. If you want to be sports management, that's where John Cena went. That's one of the top schools. You know, so schools don't have everything, and they specialize in one thing. That's how they attract that student demographic too. It's business in it, but I don't want us to get off the point. You know what I'm saying, Mike? What did you want to address? What's goody?
Now, what's going on? I heard a lot of good stuff. I got unique experience on this topic. I work in higher education. I graduated from HBCU, so yeah, I just flow right along with y'all.
Yeah, no, I mean, you went to a HBCU, 23% graduation rate, 44% at the PWIs. You know, Mr. Fantastic said, hey, close the ones that ain't doing nothing, reallocate those funds, boost up the ones that are successful. I'm saying, I know for a fact 80% of people who went to ECSU, Elizabeth City, don't have a funds, traction, money, family to go nowhere else. You know, and that's in that county where they literally still got 3 stoplights. Well, not Elizabeth City's the city, and then you go down to Bertie County, they got 3 stoplights, 1 Burger King. If you want to go out to dinner, it take you 2 hours. If you want to get to an airport, it take you 2 hours. There's actually rural areas that need those schools in decent proximity for those people to have some semblance of college and success and etc.
So 100%. So here's the crazy part. Both of y'all are right. You need HBCUs for certain people to have a school to go to, especially one that'll accept them, right? Some schools that are not PWIs, not all of them accept the ACT. Right. So, it's more HBCUs that'll accept ATC scores than a PWI. But where I was agreeing with Fantastic was you need to close a lot of these programs. I call them fluff. They're just fluff programs. Most engineers, doctors, dentists, etc., come from HBCUs. So you need to funnel people in the programs that actually make money. And I think what it is, those fluff programs, like what I'm noticing, I'm just give you a rough estimation. Most people go to school for 4 years, stay on campus, rack up $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in debt just to go work for TSA. It's not what's up. So it's like that. That's what I saw. There's no reason for you to do that. So we need to stop with these programs. And the way it looks like for me, I'm the administrator of an associate's and bachelor's program. I don't let high school students into my program anymore unless they are exceptional. I let people in from trade schools. So if they came from a medical assistant program, if they are a nurse, at least a ADN, that's an associate's degree nurse, then I'll let you into my program, because that life experience that you have will help you do your coursework. It is a completely different experience to be reading a discussion question from somebody who is currently working than somebody who's just reading and guessing the theory. So what these programs need to do is close down all of these ineffective programs. And what I mean by ineffective is if you do not have a high placement rate, my program has an 85% placement rate, meaning that the students that graduate from either of my programs will get placed in a job immediately after graduation, 85% of them. And the only ones that are not getting placed in a job are the ones that say, I only want to work remote. I can't facilitate that all the time. So that is the metric that all colleges need to have. If you fall below a 70% placement rate, your program got to go. It's going to be in review for 2 years, and then after that, it's done. Most schools don't do that anymore.
That's a good point. It's a real good point. So I had a lot of good comments, man. I really think the experience, because I experienced a black college. I went to Wilberforce, and what opened me up about that experience was the multicultural black experience, right? It was the first time I was kind of exposed to like everything from Prince to the steppers to them selling T-shirts with, black themes, and the dance and the parties and the teachers, the staff. I mean, it was just, man, it was really black. You understand? And it was cool to be comfortably you and to see people cross the country
And I'm talking about I'm young, so I had never met nobody from Cali. I had never met nobody from down south. I had never met none of these people. You get what I'm saying? Coming from the background that I came from. So to get that, and certainly I can speak on all the negatives of, the school, right? It wasn't fluff. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't posh by no means. But again, me coming from where I am, to me, I wasn't even looking for that. So I'm not looking for no bouginess. I'm looking to be educated on what I wanted to be educated in. Now, to say that brings me to my next point, curriculum, right? Well, I could start at entry, like them actually getting you in and kind of setting up your financial aid and, kind of taking you through the motions. I think the process of school and college can almost be reduced down to a college level. And that's on any of them. I don't care if unless you're going.
Damn, they got him. He got a phone call.
So, Mike, I understand the nuances of it, but the argument on his face pause like what you think. I know a few. St. Paul got shut down in Virginia. Gregory Toller actually it's ironic. He actually an NFL player that came from St. Paul. He got drafted in the 3rd round by the Cardinals. I think he played about 9 years, so that's a good, NFL. That's a good career. He actually ended with the Redskins, and he was he from DC. There's a few for sure, but that one's closed. That's actually one that Omar was acting like he wanted to buy. Umar, but it got bought already. So, what do you think about the proposal? Like, hey, most of them are wasted time. 20% graduation. We ain't taking it seriously.
Absolutely, it's gonna need to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna need to happen. They're doing a disservice to the student at that point. Low graduation rates. So somebody said, I don't know. What are you taking? What are you doing with this money? They are taking large amounts of money from the government. They're taking donations from billionaires and all this stuff. They get this money. Like, what are they doing with it? Misappropriation of funds is probably the most common thing you see in the news about HBCUs. You do see it about other universities, but it's usually in the form of program to program. HBCUs have a very bad rep, mine included, of misappropriation of funds. So the money that most of these schools be getting, most of these engineering, doctoral students should be going to school for free, but that rarely ever happens. Their scholarship award percentage rarely ever goes up. So they're just boosting the pocketbooks of the administrators or whatever. So yeah, you should close the seriously underperforming ones.
So I wouldn't say close them. I really wouldn't, because they already open. They already reaching out. The students, there are a percentage of students that's saying, hey, I want to participate in this higher learning thing. The problem is the educators. The actual system itself needs to be revived, because obviously they not interested. It's not saying that they gave. So it ain't me. If somebody came to me, it's like somebody coming to me and then I fought them because they came to my program. When I asked them to come to my program and told them that I'm going to make them successful after being within my program. And then I tell them that it's their fault. That's how I approach the situation. I can't do that. I got to say it's something that I'm doing.
Yeah, hold on, Mike. Yeah, no. So the problem with everything you said, and shout out to you, brother, is everything you named about your experience had nothing to do with education. Again, you was talking about how it made you feel and blackness and all this other shit and so on and so forth,
so
bro.
I couldn't even get into that because I got cut off. I wanted to talk about that experience first, because we talking about the experience and the value of the experience, right? So I started off, that was my initial, when I first, this is me young, I don't know nothing, right? I'm coming out, I want to be an architect, right? I'm trying to be an architect and a speaker of some sort. I went to Wilber. I was told to go to Wilberforce, right? It's a black college. I want to be we. So I went to Wilberforce. Now, all those things that I named, that was the experience that I had. Now, I had to get to the educational part, right? The educational part, the teachers is what I was getting at. The curriculum was flawed. It's just as simple as that. because a lot of the things that they teaching me before, like every college, I'm not going to give you all the goodies until you become about a sophomore, maybe late sophomore, junior. Then I'll bust out, what we really know, right? So now a lot of what y'all trying to teach me, I already know this. So now I'm feeling some type of way. I got to pay, for a couple of years for some shit that I already know. You get what I'm saying? I don't need remedial geometry and remedial math and algebra. I don't need that. I'm already proficient in that before we get to that point. So is
All right, so creator, he got cut off, but let me just say this. So I'm gonna split the difference with you. The issue with colleges in general, all colleges, is that they do not provide the experience. Like this is what's going on with people. HAMP, anybody else that went to college, let me know if you experienced this. You go to college for 4 years just to apply for your first job for them to tell you you need experience. And that's where colleges are messing up. You are supposed to provide,
right, to move forward. As you were saying, shit. It was a lot of party. I ain't here to party. I'm here to literally.
Brother, you're going in and out, creator. I don't know if you can hear us, but you get phone calls. So you getting phone calls. Your screen is black right now. And
it's almost like high school. They're not really proficient in what they know. They can orate good, right? You can give me a good lecture on something, but you really not proficient in business finance, right? You an accountant, but you're not proficient on how to do and what I was looking for, interest and compounding interest and things of that nature. I didn't want to work for no bank. I want to be the banker. Let me get his money. That's how we thinking. And I don't think any college is satisfying that. Once they get to any student, if your trajectory is private, I'm sending my kid I want them to do a certain thing. I don't necessarily have to send him to college unless my legacy is to send him off somewhere to work for someone else. Keyword. So now the fight is for them to attain that level of what it is for me to send them somewhere else. You have to attain that level of what they have to do. But if my legacy is built already, ain't nobody immigrants coming over here teaching. No, they teaching each other what need to happen. That's just how they getting ahead. Ain't nobody coming to schools and going to colleges and they doing it. With the statistics is already saying, but everybody's not homeless. So what is all these people that's not going to college doing? Colleges, before I get it, I'm trying to get it all out. Colleges, what are these people making as a result to going to college, right? What's the average income or salary for a bachelor degree coming out of college? I think one of my mans just spoke. I'm borderline Burger King, because they went in for the lack of passion for what it is they're going in for, the lack of capacity for the educators to even keep the students motivated and interested, right? Teaching them new things that they can put to real world competition. They can see progress. Is a cause for distractions. I've already paid for this shit. I didn't know y'all suck. So now I'm forced there's distractions in anything. That's any people. I don't like comparing us to.
He can't hear us. Yeah, he can't hear us because he got the phone call, his screen black. He can't even hear us. He's just going on and on. This brother, we done went to immigration, the homeless, Burger King. I don't know who we at, man. Yeah, he come back, man. Yeah, man.
You went out, man. We couldn't.
Just come back. Hit the link again, creator. So this is a problem though. He's trying to blame the faculty and the fucking what's the name, right? He's trying to blame the faculty and the actual school. I say if anything, it's 50-50 shared responsibility, and I would put it more so on the students because again, he started out with his experience and dancing and all this other shit. He didn't start out with learning. These niggas ain't worried about getting no education HAMP until probably their second year. Well, I'm sorry, their third year, right? And that's when they want to take it serious because all this money piling up, right? And they getting rejected for some of these loans. They ain't getting as much money, especially if they've been failing them fucking classes and the Pell Grant running out or they ran out. Okay, so what I'm saying, HAMP, is these students and these HBCUs, they know that these kids are just going there to have fun and get the college experience. They're going to get the funding regardless, and they're going to keep asking for funding. So as long as they get the funding, and what like Trigger Mike said, you can find some way somehow to get that into the administrator's pocket, they fine with it. They already got their damn degree. They don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They want the new Benz, they want the new Cadillac. You feel me? So and that's why I say you have to cut a lot of the fat. You have to cut these programs and then just roll it over into the thing. Now, to your point, I wanted to say, you know, I guess like, you know, the reason, well, HBCUs are not the only option. You can go to a fucking community college. Okay. This, I think, wanting to say, I just got to go to a HBCU. No, hey, if you can't afford it, buddy, you don't get, the beggars can't be choosers. So if there's no HBCU around you for you to go to, hey, you might have to go to community college, and once you get your money up, go to the closest HBCU for one of these ones that are 23% or below. Just saying.
I mean, facts, for real. What I was saying about the experience thing, like, people go, that this has been an experience probably everybody in the last 25 years. I go to a job, I go to college, I even get good grades, whatever, even if you got good grades, just to go to a job and for them to tell me I ain't got no experience. And what we fail to realize, that college was supposed to be that experience. Not only was it supposed to be an experience, like, yeah, you go on, that's not even what we're talking about. If you want to see how college is supposed to be done, the only example that I have for you is a nursing program. The nurses were like a clique. They had to get up at 5:30 in the morning to be in the hospital to do clinicals by 6. Right? You're supposed to be getting exposed to your profession consistently, damn near every day, before and after class. That is how you create people with enough experience to go make an impact in the workforce after college. Almost no college does that outside of those type of programs, right? So if we're talking about what college should be, it all needs to convert to, if any program you offer, you need to have a direct partnership with something in the private or public sector. Just like Aaron said, if it is aeronautical engineering, you need to be near a Navy base looking at the turbine engines, some stuff like that. That's the stuff that is missing. Like, these people are literally collecting money for nothing. They don't curate any experience. They have no partnerships, no alliances with anything. And the students actually think they're going to make money after graduation.
So Mike, to your point, right? So I'm looking at, of all the 107 HBCUs, the top 10 in STEM, number 1, North Carolina A&T, which is in Greensboro. What's there? Boeing has a facility. Number 4, Howard University. What's near there? Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland. Number 7, Norfolk State University. Norfolk. I got 2 sailors in here. That word alone, that is the technological mecca for the greatest technological force in the world, the U.S. Navy. And then you have Langley nearby, right? Quantico up the road. All of these technological tour de forces around 3 of the top 10 STEM colleges. If you cut from the bottom and fund those top 3 STEM colleges that are close to technological tour de forces, imagine the kind of relationships and alliances you can make, the kind of job opportunities you can create, the kind of research and development that can be co-opted between and the government's going to get their money back. They're going to fund it even more because most of that is military derived. Boeing is private, but they got government military contracts. Norfolk, Aberdeen Proving Grounds, and Langley is all federal. So they're going to dump all the money in the world at these colleges, all the money in the world.
Hey, Aaron, you know, somebody said something. I just meant, this is the last I'll say on it. Somebody has said something like, we don't get that big of an endowment because alumni don't give back. And that's a shame, because
so that was me.
Yeah. One of the things that happens, especially with PWI, somebody said Texas A&M. Texas A&M has the largest alumni network of any college in the world. And somebody who lives in Houston, Texas, who's been an administrator in Houston Methodist, their applications go first.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting here trying to hire people and say, I'm getting a group of applications like, where did these even come from? Texas A&M goes first. That's why your application, that's why you never got a call back. Because my boss was from A&M and he told me I can only hire from A&M for this particular job listing, right? So the alumni network of these HBCUs not only has to be a lot bigger, parents actually, this starts at the crib. Parents, especially moms, got to stop acting like white ice is colder. You send your children to an HBCU on purpose, right? Because when those children become doctors, engineers, other high-paying gigs, they will give back to those schools and not only the PWI. The Obamas giving back to Harvard and Princeton. What does that do for Meharry and Xavier University? Nothing. So there's a larger thing at play here, and unfortunately, nobody wants to say it. These schools got to be more selective. Everybody can't get in. Everybody cannot get in. I got a saying: college is only for rich people and kids that are smart enough to get scholarships and athletes. If you couldn't get no scholarship to get into the school, why are you going to the school in the first place? Those are the people who have the ability.
Funding, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying those are the people that have the ability to do the work, to get the job, to give money back to the school. But the rest of us were just playing around. These are like issues that are compounding on top of each other. But that's all I'll say for now.
So
all right. Let me say this. Let me see if this works. So you remember before like desegregation and shit like that?
Go ahead, Ham.
That we black people had their own everything, right? By proxy of needing it. And then in integration, we lost a lot of our own facility, what's the word I'm looking for? Institutions and facilities and etc.
Businesses too, yeah.
Businesses, So now we agree to start closing stuff. What happens? Like, how long do the best ones survive?
I think it survives longer because you're rolling the funding over into them, like Mike said.
I'm just going off of what like when that integration happened previously, we lost all those institutions.
Yeah,
like stores and things of that nature, right? During integrate, like the quote unquote black store, all those things kind of went away. Yeah. And now when we look at the stores we have now, they're not owned by us at all.
Yeah, but HBCUs,
like grocery stores and stuff.
Yeah, I got you. But HBCUs is the proof of the opposite, the very opposite. That's one of the institutions that lasted ever since integration, right?
I think that's the argument.
So, but that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, right, what the problem is, there comes a point to where everything is not necessary at the same level if it's not performing. You know this. Business tells you, engineering tells you, if something is underperforming, right, and it's no longer needed, you're creating a burden on the system. And you have to get rid of it, or go ahead, my bad.
No, cut dead weight, drop parasitic loss.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to cut things that no longer serve purpose in order for for efficiency. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying get away. I'm not even saying a high percentage, but the bottom of the barrel performers out of 100. How many colleges was it again? 112.
107.
Yes, out of 107. So the bottom 7, I don't think that will hurt.
Is it at the cost of optimization, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's actually erasure?
Well, again, as long as if you're cutting 7,
so think about this, because the bottom 7, right, is cut. What about the next bottom 7, right? And then the metric continues to change until the point to where it's what? Howard, Hampton, and FAMU.
Well, I don't think we ever get to a point of where we got 10 or less HBCUs, right?
But
I would say this.
But our other institutions got erased though already.
Well, no, well, that's what I'm saying. That this has been done with regular colleges. What DeVry and a lot of these other schools that lose accreditation and get fucking thrown the fuck away because they funneling money the same way. So it's just the same principle being applied. And I think it's not saying you're being emotional, right, or anything, but I think it's the attachment of blackness as to where we just can't let it go. We can't let the shit die when it's clearly non-beneficial.
Yeah. So to Hamp's point, one of the critical issues being experienced by these underperforming schools is their inability to change. We have a problem with prestige. We don't want to do anything differently to get a different result. Right now, as it stands, there are trades and certificates that are more valuable than a master's degree. But schools don't want to downgrade. They see that as a downgrade to change some of their buildings and use these facilities for certificates instead of, like, here's the funny part. I don't know if y'all did, but I'm signing up for MIT online, right? a lot of these people are switching to the certificate model because the degree model not working. Trump just cut the grad plus loan. So I'm not even going to start a master's degree program. So now it's like, tech boot camp, mechanics, all of these different type of things. And here's the funny part about it. If you go look in the ancient history of HBCUs and colleges, this is where all those professionals used to come from. It would be the technical school that advanced into the university. A lot of these places were technical schools and trade schools. So they need to bring that model back. That will benefit students ultimately. But everybody goes for the prestige play. And then most of them end up working at TSA or something the equivalent.
So I see where HAMP's coming from, and I wouldn't go so far. What's that? I wouldn't go so far as to say it's emotional as much as it is preventing historical calamity from happening again. I think if we approach it the way banks do, mergers and acquisitions, right? If some of these higher performing HBCUs absorb some of the lower performing HBCUs, and now you have multi campuses. Here in Pennsylvania, you have the University of Pennsylvania. And then you have Penn State. Penn State has campuses all over this motherfucker, right? There's like 2 or 3 campuses here, 10 miles from me, but Penn State's 4 hours away. So if HBCUs kind of did that across the country,
satellite,
satellite. So, thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. Exactly. If you had satellite campuses, now you can employ what Trigger Mike was suggesting. You can have your main campuses is where you have your accredited degrees, your prestigious, titles and stuff are awarded there, but you can have satellite campuses that handle a lot of your certificates. And in the technical world, a certificate a lot of times is going to be more valuable because it states you're capable of doing a job, where a degree just says you understand the philosophy of a thing and you're deeply connected in the network of that thing.
Yeah, curriculum and not necessarily the practice.
Exactly. But if HBCUs approach it the way banks do and take the mergers and acquisitions approach, that way you can consolidate a lot of the money, reallocate it based on need rather than individual identity of each individual college. And that way you can funnel money in the direction of HBCUs that are near, commerce giants and things like that, and develop those relationships.
We also,
DC Limited 2000 says, if you respect, you got to get on camera, creator. DC Slim to the 2000s. If
I was saying
I'm saying you got to get on camera.
You got to turn your camera on, fam.
I'm gonna meet you for just a second. Let me just read these super chats real quick. DC Slim to the 2000s. If you respect this punk shit, you a punk. What's the consideration of punk shit? Well, Gloria with the $5 says, Mr. Fantastic, you look very handsome today. Respectfully.
Oh, you bother me and I'm done.
West M with the $5 says, I used to work in Elizabeth City, and that university used to have it by themselves, but it ran out of funding, and that's when NC State took it over. Okay.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. That building's nice though. That's for damn sure. AL with the $5 says, it's not an excuse, it's just a system, but it shows who and why schools get more money. Mike Brown with the $5 says, HAMP, I don't think there was a new building for classroom built since then. We couldn't get the money unless we attached to UNC at that time. Yeah, that's a fact. DC Slim with the $2 says, since he hates us so much, cut your hair.
What does that have to do with anything? Bro, you really in your feelings, bro.
John the Baptist with the $5 says, is black college promoting segregation? What? No. AL with the $5 says, as a person who went to both HBCU, PWI colleges, state and Ivy League, as both a student and professor, most undergrad students aren't serious. No, I think Mr. Fantastic was spot on about that third year is when people start to be like, okay, me being undecided is not working for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that happens a lot. AL with the $2 says, compare the HBCU's endowments to the average college. Compare HBCU endowments to the average college. What are you saying? They're more similar than we think? L. Nix, what up, though, with the $10 says, these days they're looking for certification and some experience like in tech. They'll take people from tech boot camp programs. Degrees aren't regarded as much over hands-on and knowing someone. Nepotism definitely matters, man. You get somebody to get you in there, you can learn a lot of the job for sure. L. Nix with the $5 says, with that's actually one thing that's popular too. Like for salespeople, they'll be like, do you know Salesforce? You know what I'm saying? Like they want to know if you can understand the programs, hubs and etc. With AI, people aren't taking the time to actually learn programs. They learn how to make AI do it. Students are relying on it to get through school. Yeah, man. They have AI programs that can detect AI. So, like, if your paper is written in AI, they got another AI program to see if you wrote it in AI.
Yeah, it's called Turn It In. Is what that's the contract that a lot of colleges use.
Just real quick, y'all know that there's about to be like legislation out that you can't even use that against students. I'm going through that right now. The AI is wrong 50% of the time.
Yeah, like, it's a deterrent for sure. But once you get it in there, it's hard to, because you can edit it, right? You can amend a few different points to where. Okay.
What I mean is like
tailor it to the rubric.
Training, and we wrote an entire paper with our own brain, and mine came up 69%. I wrote it right there, but it's like that's how sophisticated
became AI.
As far as I know, it's as accurate as like therapy. Your therapy is only as good as what you tell. So it's like as good as it's tailored to the rubric.
Sound like a lot of,
but it's also like how many different ways can you say the same thing? That's the point.
Yeah. Papers have been written, and so that's what I'm saying.
Different ways can I say? Damn, the cat ran over the bridge. Like how many different ways can I say that?
So, Mr. Williams, what you think, man? Are HBCUs still serving their purpose?
I believe so. Salute to everybody on the panel in the chat. My sister, she works for one, and they do great work in the community and all. And it's just trying to build these young folk up. I think we're forgetting about when we were 18. Not knowing what you want to do, but it's a good experience to have. And then some of them do get internships and everything where they're trying to work through what they're thinking about with their career. And they wind up getting hired that way as well without even finishing getting the degree. So I think to just deter young folk from college, I think that's bad advice. And I think it's trash. Just think about it could build a young person's confidence up. Probably the first person to be in their family to actually graduate from high school and then try to make it to college. I mean, we're forgetting about these things. It's not easy. And they're young, but it takes that guidance. But to just sit there and just deter them away as if college is nothing, I think it's trash advice. I know you don't agree, Fantastic, but I think it's just bad. Like, everybody can't go to the military, brother. Everybody's not built for that.
Hey, Josh, you got to get on camera. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. My bad. You got to get on camera, and I'll bring you up.
Is white Josh?
Some probably didn't even have a great home life, and they're trying to.
Yeah, it's white Josh.
Oh shit!
So, Mr. Williams
told me white Josh died.
They say he died. Jesus Christ.
So, Mr. Williams, I don't disagree with you at all.
Is that Josh?
Yeah, it's Josh.
Give me a minute. I'll hit it. Finish the panel up. We'll hit it.
Yeah, I thought you was dead for the last 6 months. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's what they ended up telling my mom and my wife. I got reposted in China. Long story. Stick to the topic because I want to take the anti-position here.
I bet.
Well, first off, I thought you was dead for 6 months. So pardon me if I get distracted on the topic, asshole.
Apologize, right?
All right, go ahead, Mr. Williams. My bad.
No, I think Mike wanted to ask me a question.
Yeah. So, because I don't disagree with you, right? And I don't think that was the point I was making, that we should deter them away from. But what you said about confidence is very important, but I don't believe that confidence comes from going to school. I think actual confidence comes from competence, right? So these children need, these young adults, what they need is to actually learn something, a bankable skill. That's what I call it. So when I told you that I scrutinize heavily the applications that come into my programs from high schoolers, it's because I send them to the medical assisting or nursing program first. I call that program director and say, look, I got somebody for you. And that student will call me on the phone, but I put in an application for healthcare administration. And I said, this is what we do at this school. They have a 92% placement rate. They're going to get you a job. You're going to work that job for about 6 months to a year. Then you're going to apply. And I'm going to pre-approve your application already, because that confidence that they're going to have from having worked in the system, having met doctors, having drawn blood and working with patients, that is what actually gives them confidence. Knowing something, having money to pay their student loans back, that's what I would say is fully confident. Because what's actually happening, and this happened to me, I don't know if it happened to HAMP or anybody else, going through interview after interview after interview saying I have a degree in blank and keep getting rejected, that is the serious blow to their confidence ultimately. And that's what has happened to a lot of us.
Mike, but y'all making it seem as though it's just that simple. No, life is complicated. School is complicated. But to sit there and just act like, oh, everybody's not gonna be on the same level. And people do get opportunities. Y'all making it seem like, no, you just have to do this one set thing. And no, it's not a waste of time to go to college. You get to meet different people from different cultures. You can learn something from everyone. But to just sit there, it's like y'all just dismissing college, or it just has to be this one set thing.
Can we address?
Well, hold on, no. Hold on, Josh. Yeah. So shout out to Mr. Williams, man. First off, brother. No one ever said. I didn't even get into that spiel, but that's college being a scam is a whole nother thing, and that's true, and it's been proven, bro. If you have less of the people that are actually getting fucking money jobs that can pay back the money they spent to get the education, that's a fucking scam, dog. Okay. And the whole thing you're talking about, how you gonna be diverse and all this shit in the HBCU? HBCUs is literally the opposite of being diverse. Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be. What do you mean? How? It's gonna be extremely limited. It's gonna be extreme.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
I didn't say nothing while you were talking, Mr. Williams.
All right.
Diversity means
diversity amongst black people.
That's what he got to be talking about. He can't be talking about diversity in general, because there ain't gonna be that many white people there, ain't gonna be that many Hispanics there, ain't gonna be that many nothing there. You're literally going away from diversity.
There are different races in the HBCUs, man.
Okay, but they're minority, a very, very small minority, Mr. Williams.
President of a dean being a black man can motivate
you're proving you're proving my point of this symbolism bullshit. That doesn't help. Your symbolism and you feeling good and being proud. I let you get your shit off. Why am I always the person that gets interrupted, bro?
I'm just my kids.
I disagree with you too, and I didn't say one word. You got it. I believe you. Now listen, this is what I'm saying. Y'all keep bringing up this sentimental, emotional, I'm proud to be black shit. Man, fuck all that. Okay, this shit is not motherfucking come out in the positives on the back end. They not graduating, okay? And when they are graduating, they aren't getting jobs that fucking add up to anything. The median income for black people individually is $40,000 or less. I'm sorry, I think it's like $46,000. Okay, the highest student loan debt is owned by who? So what I'm saying is, if you want to go through all this, I feel good, I'm proud to be black, I seen a black professor and all this other shit and something, okay, whoop-de-doo. Okay, I guess, but how is that working out for you long term in your life? You got to work for motherfucking higher
third degrees, so I'm very proud of that.
Okay, here, let me get in real quick. So I want to get Josh, I want to get Sean. Essentially, we're just looking at the cost benefit, right? And so the social experience is indeed important. However, contrary to popular belief, it doesn't hone adult skills like it should, because there are so many safety nets in a college, at a college, et cetera, right? They still have designated dining times, so it's a little bit different from being an adult. But I think there's things that are valuable for sure. But when we're obtaining these degrees and we can't turn a profit, it makes it hard to justify from a business standpoint, But yeah, Mr. Williams, I understand what you trying to convey, but it's just hard to combat when we start comparing monetary gain from how much these degrees generally cost. Not to shut you guys down, but I just want to see if we can, you know what I mean? Josh, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? That was my question. That's why I originally came up though. put a little pushback on Trigger Mike there for a minute, but then he basically he made mention about the trade schools, which is kind of where it's at. So we got like what 30% of U.S. population goes to like university. Trade schools are kind of like where you generally make your money, and that's basically what Trigger was talking about, was some type of conversion over to it. But that would be the difference if you're talking about experience. That would be trade school versus college, generally speaking. There are exceptions to a couple industries like medical. You were in medical, right, Mike? So everybody that I've ever heard of that comes out with an MD sits in a damn hospital for 4 years.
No. I'm not an MD. I'm not.
Well, no, I meant, but within the medical education, don't they like force you into a hospital for X amount of time?
Yes. You have to.
So like there are certain industries that do it. So he covered that one. Now my pushback is what's the concept with the HSB or HBCU? Is it really just basically like black school? Is that what it is?
Historically black college and university is HBCU, sir.
Okay, so the idea is you want to basically just have black schools? Yeah. Well, what's the expectation behind it? If I have children, right? Let's just say I'm a black guy and I have children. I want them to go to HSBCU. Why?
God damn, Josh. HBCU.
HSB, whatever, right? What's the expectation for going to those? Go ahead.
One, Josh, it's a HBCU. So it's important.
HBCU. I apologize.
Okay. And now, what's your question?
What is the expectation for a black parent to send their children to these? What's the expectation?
So, just let me say real quick. The expectation for most is arbitrary. Is they're just sending it to them. I'm gonna send them there for the experience, like Mr. Williams was talking about. You need to be around your own people. I only feel safe. Now, if we're gonna talk about what the actual, like the upper echelon expect from that, is that the large majority of black engineers, doctors, and STEM graduates come from HBCUs. Now, this is the expectation why I'm gonna send my children there. I have a cousin that went to Harvard Med for medicine, and I have a cousin, his brother went to Meharry, which is a black medical school. The one that went to Harvard works for a top hospital in like Boston or something, right? With the #1 surgeon in the U.S. He's his apprentice. But the one that went to Meharry owns his own business with a bunch of other black doctors. So I want to send my children to an HBCU because they are far more likely to partner with black doctors instead of getting left out of the entrepreneurial experience for one reason or another. There are far more entrepreneurship opportunities that will present themselves with your own people versus a black person going to a PWI. They actually end up working for people most of the time. So that's my personal reason that I'm telling you. But I will have to admit that most people just send them there arbitrarily. Like,
yeah, but getting experience ain't what fucking college is meant for, bro. Getting experience is something you pick up in life for absolutely fucking free. So y'all killing me. Y'all keep saying this. Y'all keep reiterating the blackness. Okay, what are the results?
Well, why do y'all act like everybody's just gonna come out being rich? Like they're just gonna make a high wage. That's why you work toward that.
Well, if you're going to come out with $80,000 in debt, you would have an expectation that you're going to get that money back at some point in your life.
And I understand that part, but that's y'all know the reality of what that is anyway. But you're gonna have to work eventually to live. You're gonna have to. You gotta start somewhere.
Let me ask this question then. So interestingly, HBCUs are cheaper, right, on average, right? Unless you get it, I think there's on average they're not cheaper than PWIs, excluding community colleges.
On average, yeah.
Okay. And what degrees make a difference, right? I think the alumni argument is a good one, right? In terms of nepotism, right, Mr. Trigger Mike, you know?
Yep,
but
exactly.
If you don't have a degree from Chicago University, right? If you want to become a lawyer, you know, the lawyers, they really go through tiers 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't have a particular degree from a particular school, you can't even apply to that law firm. But let's say you exclude the nepotism part. The degree is the degree. Is that a fair thing, or does it depend? Is it the so now if it's a little bit cheaper, then why not just get the degree and then do the work and get the experience, right? That way your cost benefit analysis makes more sense at that point because the degree is $10,000 cheaper per year.
Agreed.
So that would be a benefit if we're just trying to look at it. Let me get Sean in to see. Josh, you can
I'm just anti the concept of it's basically like segregation. However, if it is the case that Black people generally want to create their own community, I can't disagree with Mike. I would, if that was my goal, then that's what I would want to do.
Josh, do you know why HBCUs were formed? Do you know why they were formed?
No, I knew why they were formed. It was basically the idea of like DEI kind of concept just for Black people. Originally back in what, 1940s?
No, sir. Please tell him why they were formed.
I was speaking on cost effective. So let me just clarify this. I was talking about cost effectiveness in terms of the cost benefit analysis, right?
Oh,
but
hell
if we can pause that for a second. Let me get Sean in, and y'all can have the back and forth, and Creator can jump in. Sean, what's popping?
What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling?
Good, brother. Oh, damn, yeah, mic sound good. That's from the wired in joints.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your car must be broke.
Wire shit. You feel me?
That's what's up, old school. Go ahead.
Hey, Josh, you said you mentioned segregation, but they were created as a result of segregation because we couldn't get into the other schools. That's the funny part. But you kind of swapped those out. I don't know why you did that, Josh.
Well, no, because I'm generally opposed to the idea of splitting communities up, especially when it comes down to the workforce.
Right, but this is different because this was created in response to the community being split up, being segregated.
Correct. Well, is that something that we want to carry on today?
Yes. Well, I'll get to that. I don't want to get stuck on that. But so here's the thing, right?
That's my opposition, right?
Right. So I went to an HBCU and there were white people there. There were people of all races.
Oh yeah,
so
I believe so.
It's not that white people or anybody else can't go there. It's not that at all. It's just that we weren't allowed in other schools, and these schools were the response to that. But welcome at an HBCU, just like a PWI. It's no different.
Right. So the question is is that a thing that you want to continue?
Yes, because it's not segregated. No school is segregated.
Right. Yeah. So you just want like predominantly Black communities because they're within the Black community kind of thing?
No, I want the fact that the Jewish people in Brooklyn and all these places have their institutions, right? So yeah. I don't see a difference. So what's the difference?
Do they own well, that's the difference on the who owns the HBCUs.
I don't care. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, what's the difference? I'm responding directly to your question.
In that case, then I definitely oppose it because I don't want the government funding different groups of people based off of skin tone or ethnicity or any of that stuff, or especially cultural stuff.
Well, I don't want to get hung up on that, but we can agree to disagree on that. Fantastic.
So, Josh,
my bad. Yeah. My signal is a little wonky. Fantastic. Look, what do you feel the cutoff should be in terms of graduation rate, where we say any school beneath this graduation rate should be done away with? No, you didn't hear me?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I was muted. I had I was on a phone call. What? So just give me a rundown real quick. And what was the question? What was the question?
I say, what do you think the cutoff rate should be for schools in terms of graduation rate? Meaning schools underneath this rate should be closed.
Definitely anything on a 25%.
Okay. How you feel about the city colleges then?
Well, I'll show you. I don't know if you saw my comment. The city colleges are doing better. Community colleges are doing better than HBCUs.
Nah, I said, how do you feel about city colleges?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, what do you mean? How do I feel?
Do you feel like they're necessary? Do you feel like they should be on a chopping block or what?
Yeah, I mean, I think community colleges receive far less funding, if any, compared to all the rest of the other ones. That's the reason why they are. So they don't have a specific fund and special attention because of community colleges. Community colleges, just said my most understanding is that's usually state funded.
I'm just talking about outcomes because I'm just talking about outcomes. My bad. I'm breaking up. My bad.
What
My
outcomes?
cut you off. I'm breaking
Again,
up.
the
My bad.
outcomes for those are going to be much higher because more people are going to go to those, and then those are usually gateways to major universities and colleges. So people use those as stepping stones to get into. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's not true. That's not true. My bad. And like I said, my signal is a little choppy. So no, that's not true. They have single-digit graduation rates. Like literally, city colleges in Chicago, New York, a bunch of places. We can look them all up. The list we can do the same Google and look them up. So should we do away with city colleges too, or are we making exceptions?
If you have a single digit less than 10% graduation rate, I'm not. Get them the fuck out of here. It's a waste of time.
You know
so
what?
Where do those students go?
Can I interject
where do
real
those
quick?
Students go? Wait,
I don't think we
one second, Mike.
Yeah.
No. I want to use them. Where do those students go?
Well, they like as you said, they can convert over to some type of trade school. They can convert to some type of online. There are plenty of options for college. You don't have to go sit down in a fucking building to do college anymore. We're way beyond that.
Online schools generally have below 20% graduation rate. Most of them.
No, actually, you can actually go to major schools and go online also. So I doubt that's true.
So
that's a difference. You got brick and mortar.
So this the thing. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So look, this the thing, right? People end up at community colleges either because they don't have the money or the grades or the aptitude to go to other colleges. That's why they end up at community colleges. This is you know why Harvard and all these places overrepresent. You know why they have a 97% graduation rate? Because they have a 3% acceptance rate, meaning they only take the best of the best. If you take those same kids that they take, the best kids from Florida, Georgia, Chicago, wherever, Philly, and you put them anywhere else, they're still going to succeed. They cherry pick the students. So of course they're going to succeed. Of course they're going to have a graduation rate. That makes perfect sense. What we have at HBCUs and stuff, bridge programs, kids with 1-point-some GPAs that have to earn their way in. So these were people who just made it to college. So of course we would expect, us being guys who like numbers, of course we would expect the numbers to be lower. Even if they went to the white schools, they would graduate from the white schools.
No. So how do you explain Spelman and Howard then?
What, have you ever applied, or have you applied or helped anyone apply to Spelman and Howard? No, listen.
What does it have to do with me applying?
No, listen, because I'm talking about what I was saying. I'm talking about the quality of student. Have you ever applied to Howard or Spelman, or helped anyone apply?
My point. You're proving my point. So what I'm saying is,
I'm proving my point. You're proving my point.
No, I'm not. You brought up the disparity of the success rate in Ivy League schools due to them picking the best and the brightest, correct?
Yes.
That was your point, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does not Howard do the same thing within HBCUs? They pick the best and the brightest. They're not accepting the motherfuckers out here with 1-point-something GPAs.
Uh-huh.
Same thing with Meharry. That's a medical university, HBCU, correct?
Okay.
So what I'm saying is the standard should be raised across the board. Obviously not to where only the top tier can get in, but those 1% and so on and so forth, you may need to go take your ass to community college before we accept you into our HBCU.
But if more people go to community college that are not qualified, then that's not going to raise the graduation rate of community college. All you're doing is sending more of those same students there. So back to my premise, right? So if the top 3% of kids in all of the country are going to these schools, they only accept the top whatever percent of each class. And we can look this up. This is not Sean talking. Look up the percentage, average SAT score of the people that are accepted to Harvard and things like that. That's literally, you know what that is? That's why Grambling could never in fucking life beat University of Georgia or Alabama. We could never compete for the players that they have. They have better facilities, more funding, better trainers, better coaches, everything. It's the exact same premise. If you get all the blue chips, of course you're going to be fucking great. How does this not make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so you're blaming the
wait. What you say, Mike? What you say, Mike?
So I said on the merits of what you're saying, it makes sense. I mean, there are some controls. I was gonna say we have to bring it down from Ivy League because they're better than everybody.
Yeah,
Right,
but
but
that's why he purposely cherry picked that though, because he's totally, again, PWIs are still outperforming HBCUs by 3 times. What are we talking about? So even when you don't pick the best and the brightest, and even black students at PWIs are performing at twice. So what are we talking about here?
Once again, fantastic. That's why I brought up the point that they accept a certain caliber of students. So of course you have to account for the
PWIs
discrepancy.
don't.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying at the PWIs they accept a certain caliber of student. It's still a 3.0 student.
They accept borderline motherfuckers too. Hold on.
Which one? Tell me one.
Out of 3,000, I can't name one specific, but I know dumb motherfuckers that got in the motherfucking college.
Do we have stats available on
it? Fantastic. You being
just like you told me. Hold on. Just like you told me, the motherfucking ones that the community colleges that are in the 1% graduation rate. All right,
8%, like 8%.
Okay, well, 8%, whatever, single digit. All right, I promise you, there's a PWI out of the fucking 3,000 that exist. Okay. Yeah, that looks problematic to me. Accepting too many people.
So this is my point. If you become the hub for all the kids that are just regular kids, maybe they shouldn't be in college. Who the fuck knows?
Exactly.
You have to account for if North Carolina State if North Carolina State is getting all blue chips and NC A&T is only getting 1 stars, how the fuck can A&T ever think they're gonna beat North Carolina or North Carolina? They're not. It's not gonna happen. So you're a person who look, Duke 6.8%. They taking the top of the top. Once again, us who likes numbers, we would expect them to overrepresent in terms of success rate. We would.
But you're purposely using a top of the top PWI.
This is on the screen. I didn't choose that. It's on the screen.
Yes, you did. Whoever's doing this did it.
Do I have controls? I don't have controls. What do you mean?
This is my fault. I asked for stats, and I'm sitting here looking at this. It's just the argument. The argument is Ivy League schools, right? So Yale, Harvard.
I didn't say Ivy League. These are all I'm saying the top schools because they're whoever is at the top of the graduation rate.
53%.
They just happen to be there.
Right.
So look, Texas A&M Commerce.
UMass is at 60%.
Texas A&M Commerce, their graduation rate is like 40-some%. That's not fucking great.
Damn, look at Johns Hopkins. Fuck. That should say.
So that's what I'm saying. We again, every school is not created equal. The problem is you have to have a reset of the requirements. There's clearly a broken system in the motherfucking HBCUs where if the average in Texas A&M is the largest one. We just went over this. One of the largest ones. They got a 63% fucking exception rate. So that balances out to be the same shit. So we got to stop making these excuses, bro. The HBCU system is fucking broken, dog. It's broken.
No, it's not. Because how do you explain?
Oh, wow. Hold on. University of Mississippi accept almost 100% of applicants. So that kills all your arguments, bro. What are we talking about?
Come on.
What are we talking about, bro?
So if I'm understanding, once you hit 60% up, you're basically sucking money in from other states and using the school itself to actually just basically bring in money from other locations, other states, whatever, right?
Not states, from the federal government, most likely.
You think most of the students that are attending university or colleges are basically feeding off of federal funding?
The large in the 90 plus percentile are federally funded. So I don't know if you heard me. Yeah.
I'm done now. I'm done now. Burn every damn school over here. I don't want to be educated.
So that's the crazy part. With Josh, I said it already. The reason why these people are always talking about the cost of education. The cost of education went up with the increase in student loan funding. So that's why I said college is for rich people's kids and people that are smart enough to get a scholarship. Those are the only people that should actually be in college.
But my
I remember you said it. You said 90%. Now I got scared.
Right?
And college, and that's why
we should talk about the cost side, though, right?
Yeah,
we talk about cost benefit analysis, though, right?
Yeah, but that's that we did. We went over that. But again, that's why college is a scam. Okay. These fucking what they're using the federal funding and they're using it as an to substantiate it by attendance, right? By the amount of students and people that are enrolling. This is what the HBCU system is doing. They're saying, hey, look, we got all of these students enrolled. We need money for facilities. We need money to pay the staff. We need money to do all these things, so on and so forth, even though it's far less than, you know, PWIs. And what they're doing is they're accepting anybody in there to fucking substantiate the funding. And then they know these motherfucking young adults don't give a fuck about learning shit or getting a degree. And they use the money for whatever means they choose to use the money for. Point blank period. I don't know why we
think you think that's exclusive to HBCUs? You don't think that because most hold on. Let me finish the question. Because most white institutions are just regular fucking low tier institutions. They're not doing nothing exceptional. They really not, right? So
okay,
most of the institutions are just fucking mediocre at best, right? So so what I'm saying though is that they're doing the same thing you just said.
No, they're not.
That's not exclusive to HBCUs. Well, what are they doing?
It is. Again, this Sean, this is why I say, man, y'all gotta take your feelings out of this and your stomp the yard shit, bro. Take it out, dog. The numbers are the numbers. When you compare fucking PWIs, we ain't even talking about Ivy League. Let's leave them out. The graduation rate for the black students alone, okay, 44%. Ain't even talking about overall. Just the black students, 44%. The HBCU graduation rate is less than 25 fucking percent. What are we talking about?
So you say your cutoff point is what percentage?
Anything under 25 has got to go, bro.
Why wouldn't it be anything under the 50 or anything like that? Why would it just be 25?
Let's make it 50 then. Let's make it 50.
All right, cool. So I texted HAMP a list of schools, and you see things like Texas A&M Commerce at 40-some%. So I'm saying, so this is the thing, right? I think what frustrates me with you, Fantastic, when we talk about the black community or HBCUs, I think your solution is always just blow everything up. It's not to fix anything. And I'm trying to wonder why, if we say men fix it, why is your solution not to ever fix it? Why do you think the fix is to blow the shit up? Because you're a smart guy. I'm just wondering.
I want to make sure you're done before I answer the question. Are you done?
I'm done.
All right, cool. So again, Eric can tell you this. I look at this from an engineering standpoint. I think you say you're an engineer, right? Or I don't know,
chemist.
Okay, either way, right? So what you understand is a lot of the times, man, you have to strip down everything that's unnecessary, and you may have to break a thing all the way down and build it back up. Blowing it up is sometimes is the only fucking solution. When something isn't working, and you've tried any and everything else, if you've tried anything at all, the problem I see here with the HBCU shit is nothing's been tried. The status quo has been fucking set and accepted, and niggas just sit back and support your HBCU and all this other shit and complain, but don't want to address any of this shit. And HAMP told y'all, you've had celebrity motherfucking people, Ed Reed, Deion Sanders specifically come out and say, hey man, these motherfuckers, they funneling the money, bro. They fucking the money up, bro. What's going on? What they doing all this money? And then you can look at stories. There are stories of people that lose accreditation because they've misappropriated funds. So what I'm simply saying is, yes, until you try it, all right, and since nothing else has even been tried, there's clearly a deficit of productivity. Cut the fucking dead weight and start from there. Not only when you cut the dead weight, you need to raise the standard. There's no way you should be accepting 90+% of people across the board in HBCUs, except for maybe 2 organizations, bro. Especially when, again, you have a 25% fucking rate of graduation. That's just simple mathematics and logic. I look at this shit from a fix it solution problem. The thing is, all the black people want to put feelings into it. Fuck your feelings. And that ain't to you, Sean. It's just in general. Black people as a group, everybody that said something about their HBCU experiences, oh, it was this and oh, it was that. Fuck all the ooh shit, bro. You go to college to learn, get a degree, get a job. So, all right?
Yeah. Mike gave a prescription converting the colleges over to trade schools. Effectively.
I was gonna say this. Let me say this, Sean, because I definitely get that part, because it does feel like we're very catastrophic when we talk sometimes. blow it up. And I tried to explain that that's likely going to be the cause, because when you go in as somebody who works in higher education, when you go in with the solve, the people that are messing it up, they are the biggest detractors, right? So if you're saying the students aren't graduating, our placement rate is historically low, we need to change this program, the people that are corrupt and causing it and that are benefiting financially from the corruption, they will never allow it to happen. The issue that we have is that those people most often have the most power. So it's the chancellor, is the people that have created avenues to get kickbacks, is the people misappropriating the funds. That's why you get this catastrophic. We have to blow it up so they no longer have access. I would actually be in favor of what Sean is saying if the reality was we could just go in and change it. We can almost never do that. The people who have created the dysfunction have a fix on the game. So the only thing you could do to make a change is to blow it all up so they don't have access to it no more. I promise you that's true. I definitely get what you're saying. But even in the Bible, God usually destroyed everything and created it again. He ain't fixed nothing.
Damn. Hey, Mike, you went to HBCU, right?
Yeah.
Sean, you still there?
Damn.
This is, I just want to see. Aaron, well, Aaron, you didn't go to one, but if you had a kid that played a sport and he has offers from, let's use a sport that makes sense, football, and he got an offer from LSU, Alabama, and Southern, and Grambling,
Stop playing, bro.
and Michigan.
Ain't no fucking way you let your kid go to the fucking HBCU, bro. Stop it. And hold on, and HAMP. Now you definitely you're not doing it because what? You got NIL money. So if you're good enough to go to one of those schools, you're able to pull some type of NIL deal or whatever for the most part, bro. And we already ran that situation with Travis Hunter, and the HBCUs fucked that up. So when you had the opportunity to do it and take advantage of it to where a top ranked football player goes to a HBCU, it was squandered away.
Hey, Ham, who's the top 3 receivers of all time, in your opinion?
Oh, Jerry.
You remember we can stop that. You remember where Jerry went to college?
Yeah, that's 50 years ago, man.
Nah, don't negate it.
That's 50 years ago. All the rest of them went to PWIs.
If LeBron went to college, LeBron could have went to fucking Grambling and it wouldn't have fucking mattered. Zion, Dwight Howard, it wouldn't matter. They are still them.
Yeah. The issue, so we talked about this, remember? I said like the issue with the network that we're talking about. I think Sean already said it. The facilities are better. They created an entire they make the investment. That's one of the bigger issues. Because I went to Norfolk State, now we got Michael Vick. So everybody talking about, oh, this is gonna be great. I was gonna say, we'll see if it's gonna be great, because Norfolk State has to make the investment, right? Colorado did not have the money to pay Deion Sanders. All they knew was if we bring a big enough name here, the boosters will come back. Now they have like what? They're recording $500 million in increased revenue in the area. So black colleges have to do, they have a gargantuan task to say, we got one of the greatest here. We can pull recruits from here, but we have to make the investment. That's where we have historically shot ourselves in the foot.
Already destroyed it. They had it. They had the golden goose and they fucking killed it and cooked it. They killed it, cooked it, and fucking ate it, bro. They had the golden goose for the shit. And what do niggas do? What niggas always do. They fucked it up.
Deion didn't just help Jackson. He helped the whole SWAC.
The whole state, yeah.
Agreed.
Hey, when Steve McNair was at Grambling, come on. I mean, not at Grambling. When he was at Alcorn, that shit was something different. You know what I'm saying? Great generational talent is generational. It don't matter where they at.
Well, I mean, look, that's the part that because I told you I don't even know if I say this often. My kids are going to HBCUs, but for the reason that I stated is that's where the entrepreneurship opportunities come from. So, Josh, I wanted to rebut what you had said when you said, "What are the purpose of them being around?" I think the purpose is in the name. No school is segregated officially. So white people, Chinese people, we got a Asian alpha at Norfolk State. Like, come on, man. So nobody's cut off from these schools, but we also got to ask, like, why is the population of any other group so low? These are historically black colleges, and so I guess the federal government sees a need for them to be around, especially in like Norfolk State. We're big on nursing, we're big on engineering, right? So the state has a benefit in keeping it and putting money into those programs. We built an entirely new nursing program, right? We got our accreditation back. We slipped for a few years. Now we're putting large amounts of nurses and engineers in the 757, right? So there is a method to that madness, but I think it's also for the entrepreneurial opportunities, right?
I will
just
absolutely grant you all of that, because I actually believe the federal government, we have a shortage of medical staff within the United States. So I believe it would be in the United States' best interest federally to support those type of education. So we quit importing foreigners into those fields. I'll give you that. I'll even go as far as to say that the federal government probably ought to increase athletics. So like these universities should have better stadiums, better equipment, things like that to bring them in, just because it seems to be that if you can get a decent enough football team, that university is going to make money. They're going to stop with it. They're not going to need it later in about 30 years.
Yeah. Well,
but
I mean,
what about every other field? Economics, literature, all the rest of the crap that people go to that doesn't really seem to do anything.
No, like I'm with you on the federal government, but that's not even what they're doing now. I don't know if you notice, Florida and Texas are probably where Trump is gonna really show what he's into. So he canceled, like he basically reduced the grad plus loan. So he's like, all of y'all people going to school just to say you're going to school, that's it. Because my personal motto is the purpose of an education is not to be educated. It's to apply your education in a meaningful way. And we have not done that well as a country at all. We got a bunch of people with degrees that do jack shit for American economy. They do absolutely nothing. So now, if you notice, like Kelly Loeffler from Georgia, he sent her to go to a trade school, but they're going to start increasing the amount of money and scholarships that they give.
Trades, exactly.
In Texas, we creating school choice. We're about to start. Like we're about to cancel everything and say we need things that work for the economy. If you want to go to school for bullshit, for underwater basket, we even do that on your own dime or your parents' dime. So I think you'll start to see in these next few years how the government is moving for only things that they will only fund things that help America in general, right? So, and I'm with that 100%.
So, Mike, what was your answer, Mike?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Your son, you said they're going to HBCUs, right?
They are, yeah.
What if he got an offer on the table?
Oh no. I was gonna say offer wise. No, I'm joking. It depends.
Stop. He got an offer from the HBCUs, but he got an offer from the big.
Yeah. I was gonna say it just depends on which program has a better network, and if it don't matter, he's going to the HBCU. If it's a fair thing, he's going to the HBCU. But the purpose of that to me is actually personal.
Wait. Hold on, slow down, Mike. Slow down.
Ain't no fair.
So if it's Michigan and Southern on the table, Michigan and Grambling, Michigan and Howard, Alabama, because if he got an offer from Michigan, he got an offer from everybody, right? That's how that works, right?
Yep.
So are you pushing them to go to the HBCU?
I am. But you already made. Can I make the point? You already made the point. I told you I had a cousin that went to Harvard Med and a cousin that went to Meharry. He was smarter than his brother, so he just went and dominated Meharry. The school is the school. Like, you see what I'm saying? The skills are the skills. So what ended up happening, and I noticed the difference between them, is that one is more entrepreneurial and he has a better network of people that are just like him. So they help each other out. The other one is trying to fit in to a group of people that are not like him. So I made the determination to say, you have a lot more career prospects and a lot more integration into a network when you go to a HBCU. But you remember, it's not even just that most engineers, doctors, and dentists come from HBCUs. Y'all know 70% of all black doctors are alphas. That's a network.
So you're saying, regardless of NIL and the level of football, you're gonna make sure he goes to a HBCU.
See, now I didn't even know you were talking about football. I thought you were talking about engineering.
You know, I was talking about football.
No, like what? My son ain't
So
gonna
he
play
got an
football.
offer. Oh, you never. Okay, so offer mean that they offer. When you say
I
it like
thought
that, they
you were
offer you a
talking
scholarship.
No, I thought you were talking about academics. I'm talking about academics. You talk about sports.
I'm asking because this is where the rubber meets the road. I think.
Yeah.
He got an
Sports is
offer
kinda
from
different.
Michigan, and he got an offer from Grambling.
Nah.
And everybody.
Yeah. Development is the name of the game in sports. So I would not guess that HBCUs would have made it to the level of investment in players by that time. So he'd have to go to the PWI. If it was sports, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
academics different. Yeah.
Okay. So academics, the network you would leverage.
Leverage the network. So, there is a extremely high. There's a lot of nuance in this conversation. I know there's an extremely high acceptance rate from Howard, Norfolk State, a few other engineering colleges into the top engineering schools for like grad school. So it's like you could just go to HBCU and be one of the top students and still have the same ability to do things, and advancement. But that network is critical. That's the name of the game. College is not about academics at all. It's about creating a network of who you know that's going to help you out later.
Yeah, but the same thing comes with like it's that HBCUs not go compared in the black realm. Yeah, I guess, but it's not go compared to a Georgia Tech or even a Maryland or what's another big tech school out west. What's a big tech school out west? West Coast.
So athletic.
USC, right?
USC got a tech program. I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. So even that a network, you get your what's name holds more weight overall. So if you're dealing with black institutions and black this and black that, yeah, that means something. Oh, you went to Howard. Great, cool, fine. But if I have the fucking Howard degree and I have the PWI tech degree, okay, that PWI shit is gonna be have a much bigger network, way wider, way bigger network, and have much more weight.
So I get what you're saying, but I think that the point is that network includes a bunch of people that don't look like you. And I usually don't do the race talk, you know that. But if 70% of black physicians come from HBCUs, then that's a special bonus for black people to want to invest in that particular network. So I think it could be like 68% of all black doctors are alphas. They're in my fraternity. So anything healthcare related, that's why I have like the consulting contracts I do. It came from those brothers, right? So one of the things that I keep trying to say on these platforms is that anytime somebody talks about racism as a reason they don't have something, I'm tapped into this group. I'll be like, I bet you nepotism did you in, not racism. Because I get all the bread, I get all the opportunities from the people that look like me in my network. That's what they're doing for their people. Yeah. So I'm saying that if you have a hard time infiltrating that network and they won't let you be a part of it, this is a specialized network just for you.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying.
I see that argument. The likelihood is greater. Yeah, to be actually integrated.
And you know what I've done in the past, and I've done this with one of your bros. They come to the interview, and I see that they're new or a Q, and I talk shit, we laugh, and I hire them. Straight like that. They ain't in my fraternity, but you know what? Oh yeah, you qualify, because at the end of the day, right? If I'm requiring a master's degree, every person with a master's degree, that shit looks the same on paper. We splitting hairs at some point. So fantastic. Same way you saying that that degree from, let's say, University of Michigan holds weight. The fact that this person I know walked a similar path to me, that shit holds weight. So the more of us that have that decision-making power, when I see things that are common threads, I'm doing the exact same thing. Nepotism. Oh yeah, he pledged. Yep, come on, let me give him a chance. Fuck that other person.
Yeah, so network is important.
Yeah, cool. Like, but I mean, I'm glad y'all are admitting this shit. That again, racism and favoritism is on both sides. I mean, everybody does it.
But that's the name of the game. It's just a different ism. That's why I'm like, why y'all saying racism? Nepotism is the name of the game.
They act like it don't. They act like niggas can't get no opportunities or whatever. At the end of the day, man, listen. This is the thing. These are the numbers that are here. Niggas gonna be mad. Niggas mad in the chat or whatever, so on and so forth. Everybody keep bringing up the fact that I'm in the military, right? I joined the military. Guess what I also am doing right now? You stupid. I'm sorry, my bad. Help me calm down. I'm in college right now. You effing imbeciles. Mike, how much of my college I gotta pay for?
Zip. I'm sorry. Let me amend that. They pay you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mike. They paid me to go to college. So why you niggas out here motherfucking complaining and bringing up the fuck or what the hell I got going on? If your stupid ass son or your stupid ass daughter who can't get accepted in their fucking college because they dumb as fuck, they probably want to do them 4 years in the military, just 4 right? And get a free education and get paid to go to school along with getting VA benefits and a house, VA loan, all these different things y'all keep throwing in my face like I'm gonna be ashamed of it because I made a great life decision. Okay. And also, Mike, what else do you get? You get college credits just for fucking attending, being enrolled active duty in the military. Okay. And you can actually get your get free full paid tuition while you're in the military. You begin working on a degree while you're there. So again, if your child really isn't cut out for, they're not the education type or whatever, whatnot, what have you, the Navy or the Army or the Marines or Air Force, great choices, man. Why y'all trying to, I guess, make fun of the fact that I'm motherfucking winning?
Yeah, but you said something too fantastic that needs to be important. We act like children. I'm sorry, young adults need to go to school right away. My son got to give me a mandatory 4 years in the military. Not because I can't pay for it. I could pay for it outright. But he has to, because that to me is the appropriate education for a young man. Go learn to listen. Go learn to follow, and it'll make you a better leader later. And then they're still going to pay for it school after the fact, right? So I get to keep my bread. But I think that's what most men should be doing. You should be in an apprenticeship or go to the military. Do not be around chasing tail in these colleges. And the second thing I'll say, I want to respond to something Sherelle said in the chat. She said, "Oh, fuck if you qualify."
No.
I mean,
it ain't super. If she's super, you can respond to.
No. I'm sorry.
Cost her $2.
She said, if you're qualified,
she owe me $2. Anyway.
Yeah. Fuck if you qualified if you Greek. And that was funny, but there's actually an important point to make on that.
Whoa, Mike, you're not listening to what I'm saying, huh?
Yeah,
I'm not even
talk about the thing.
Let me not even use that. Cancel Sherelle's. Yeah, you got to send a super chat, Sherelle. But the reason that we hire people that we know is because of how we could talk to them. Like when I hire my little frat brother or something, I don't gotta be like sending nice emails. I'd be like, "Hey man, I heard you didn't turn in your report. You making me look fucking stupid." Right? So this person can respond to me. I can talk to this person in a real way. I can coach them way better than I can coach anybody else. I can ask them to come over on the weekends to look at the reports he cannot do. There is a special relationship with the people that you know. That's why we hired him. It ain't just that, oh, I'm gonna give it to him because he's not qualified. I have special access to train this person into who I need them to be.
Isn't that what we're doing though by majority anyways? Like what university's only like what 30% of the population. The vast majority of us are going out and getting trades anyways. So we actually
apprenticeship.
Go out and work and learn something.
Hey, fantastic. You ever had a surgery?
Yeah, why?
HAMP, and I know you just had a surgery. Aaron, you ever had a surgery?
Minimal, yeah. Why?
Okay. What college did y'all surgeon go to? And what was their GPA?
We don't even know. That's his point.
Yeah, what's the point? I have no idea. He's a medical doctor, though.
That's the point. Maybe the most important job in the world. We don't know or give a shit what institution they went to, what their GPA was. Don't even give a fuck.
That's
Think
I know
about
it would depend, but it was a
highest in what I just said. The most important people in our lives, including ourselves, we put their lives in these people's hands, and we couldn't fucking tell you where they went and what their GPA was.
Yeah, but we also know that they got really high standards, though.
College, whether they're fucking cokeheads doing college, we don't know. We don't give a fuck. Can you do this job? If some break in your house, you don't know what college or where your plumber got their certificate. You don't give a fuck. Who can do the best job at the end of the day?
Yeah, so, but are we seriously comparing plumbers to surgeons though?
No, we're not comparing nothing. I'm just using two different examples. What the contention I'm making, Fantastic, is that how much you say that you talk about how much it matters. How much does it really matter in our real lives?
I mean, it matters. It matters to you a lot, because regardless, you say how much I know about the GPA of my surgeon, I know that he graduated and got his being a doctor, a medical doctor. He graduated. He made it to the point of doing his clinicals. He proved that he could be a medical doctor.
From where?
Doesn't matter. Like, hold on. I'm gonna take some of what Josh said. No matter where he got it from, the standard for that career is extremely, extremely high. So even if he's at the bottom of the barrel of an extremely high requirement, he's better than the average.
Well, wait, there's a secondhand verification agent, and it's called the hospital that you go to. You're not going to go to Barnyard Shit Show Deluxe to get surgery. You're going to go to the best hospital, the best medical practice that you can find, and you're going to rely on their standards of people that they hire. They're not going to hire bullshit artists. You know what I mean? Like the better the hospital, the better the surgeon.
Hey, yeah, somebody gets shot 4 times on the south side of Chicago. They go to the trauma center, the nearest trauma center.
Well, so you don't have you're in the trauma center. You're not interviewing doctors. You don't have much of a choice in who's going to extract those rounds.
You talked about selecting the place you go to. I'm saying emergency rooms are for emergency.
Well,
I got shot. They took me to the nearest hospital.
Well, Sean, he's under the premise that you laid initially about a surgeon. So oftentimes with these surgeries, we're selecting who we go to, where we go. With our kids, we selecting what hospital and etc. And when the hospital is known for a thing, that's where we go. So like as an example, I used I forget the hospital, but it's the same hospital that the Texans use when the players get hurt and things of that nature. So since mine was
Houston
Methodist. So when I had a physical injury from doing something athletic, right, or lack thereof, which is probably the reason I got hurt, I elected that hospital because they work with the players and the soccer team and etc. So it's often a name. I had 2 sets of twins, so we went to the hospital in Northern Virginia because it was known to have the best NICU on the East Coast.
But what we don't know is if those doctors were trained in Bangladesh, if they were trained at Meharry. We don't know if they were trained at Notre Dame. We don't know any of that, right? We would have to admit that, right?
Yeah, but we're not qualified to know what we're not qualified to know.
Being honest, even in the medical field, you can't just come from certain kind of countries, walk into the United States and
without the fluff. That's the simple question.
We don't know, but it's not that simple.
That's a disingenuous question, though.
We don't know. Yes.
Well, so he was being
I got his point though, y'all. He basically saying is that we can only scrutinize up to a certain point.
Right. Exactly. We make a choice not to scrutinize. We essentially, to his point, we rely on the college or the hospital to training.
Right. But why? But you got to ask the question why? Because we're not qualified to make those kinds of assessments.
You don't know no fucking better, no way.
We don't have the protocol list. We don't have the ability to make these distinctions.
Yeah, you can't assess a surgeon. You don't have the expertise to assess
the experts to verify the
experts.
Why we go to the best hospital who has the experts to be able to hire these people and assess their skills.
We actually do that. Like we actually do that amongst each other, right? Let's say I go buy a gun, right? I would call Trigger Mike so he could be like, get that one, not this one. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even looking at, because the manufacturers, which ones do I know? Glock, Ruger, right? The ones that are popular to me, right? But he may be like, no, that's actually a good gun at half the price, you know? So I think we do a lot of things by proxy, Sean. I don't think it's an outlier situation.
Right. And all of that is my point, though. When the rubber meets the road, none of that shit matters. Think about it. Think about how much we force people like, oh, your GPA. Once you get MD behind your name, you got MD behind your name. It don't matter if you was a 3.0 or a 4.0. It don't fucking matter. You know who does most of the work when you go to urgent care? Nurse practitioners. My ex is a nurse practitioner. Most of the time. The nurse practitioner, they don't even know where she got her degree at. If it was online, they don't know.
Yeah, but she
We don't
she
even
passed.
fuck with it. Huh?
She passed, and the doctor passed. There are no. I highly doubt there's a what's a failing average of 1 point something.
This
right. Anything under 2.0, right? Anything anything under 2.5 is failing, right?
You gotta have a 3.0 in grad school. So this
That's
is my
even
point,
better.
though, right?
So even better. So if you don't make a 3.0, you're not fucking going to be a doctor. So what are we talking about? Even that you prove my point, the standard is even higher for grad school. So in order for you to be able to get to the point, you have to be capable of.
You have to pass the bar, right?
What are we saying?
Into the actual title, are HBCUs doing their job? Yes, because the people that come from HBCUs fare just as well when we get into industry as anybody else.
No, you don't. That's not true. In any way, shape, form, or fashion. For one, it's lesser than you.
I don't know, Fantastic. You can't have it both ways. You can't
have it both ways.
How? Well, the doctors thing, he just said it. He's like, if 70% of black doctors come from HBCUs and they already passed the test, they work for the hospital already.
Okay, so you're
there just as well as their white.
Wait. So 100% of the fucking workforce is doctors?
No. I'm just using.
I know that. So hold on, bro. We gonna have a conversation, bro. I hate when y'all do this. Bro. All right. College isn't just fucking medical school. We know that doctors in itself represent less than 1% of people in the fucking world. So let's not use the fucking exception as the rule, bro.
Okay, all right, but I'm saying.
I'm not talking about.
Yeah, of course, you're using doctors to try and make a point. What about engineers? What about fucking what about mathematicians? What about everything else? What are we talking about?
Gotta make your point, not mine. Why can't you make your point and I can't make mine?
Because you're not making a point. You're not having the fucking discussion in good faith. You're taking something to where the standard, and you agreed to it already. The standard is high for everybody. HBCU, PWI, Ivy League, whatever the fuck it is for a doctor. That's the highest of the high requirement and skill. Okay? We know 99% of the jobs don't require the skill, don't require the knowledge, don't require the expertise of a fucking doctor. So you taking that one thing that represents the 1% of everything as the standard is disingenuous as fuck. Point blank period. No way from getting around it.
His argument was based on the numbers. So let's just say if it's just the black people within the United States, right? His argument is even if it's a low end 30% of all of the doctors that graduate and go into the field are graduating from HSBCU or HBCUs. The question would be, would you want to basically take those schools and just tank them? And
obviously not. Again, those schools, any school that has an actual doctor program, Josh, that school is going to have better production.
I would think so, but that was his point.
That's not the majority of HBCUs.
Either
way it go, this is where I get frustrated, bro. This is where I get frustrated, bro, because y'all say some wild shit and make it sound like it's profound, and it's actually fucking just it's ridiculous, man. It's not only ridiculous, it fucks the whole conversation though, because now we're not having a genuine conversation. We want to act like doctors make up the majority of anything. That's just not the standard. Hey, so outside of the doctors, how are we doing? So outside of the doctors for HBCUs, how is everything else going?
Let's not make it about right and wrong, because everybody got good points they made here. But I think the long-standing point is any school that is not preparing a student well enough for the certification that we know as standard needs to go. All right. So for instance, TSU is falling behind on their Thurgood Marshall law program because they're people that graduating not passing the bar. So they either need to fix that or cancel the program. Right. So I that's the part where I will say, if you have people that come from TSU that pass the bar and they can fix what's broken, keep that program around. Because once they've passed the bar, outside of skill and how they articulate themselves in court, they are just from the standard like everybody else. I passed the bar, you passed the bar. But any school that is not preparing people to be up to what we call standard in any profession, if nurses can't pass the NCLEX, if doctors can't pass MCAT, whatever the fuck, they doing, then those programs need to go. Everything has a standard. Like we are a licensing fucking nation. Everything got to have a license.
Hey, Mike,
so
that's my point, right? So look, you got a bunch of nurses coming from HBCUs. You got a bunch of doctors. You have a bunch of lawyers, Southern University Law School. You have a lot of them, right? And so where I can agree with y'all is trimming the fat. Trim away the fucking degrees that don't fucking matter.
Yes, sir.
Like, why do those fucking degrees matter? Why the fuck do we need to know most of this shit at this point? If I'm studying chemistry, I want to study chemistry. I don't care about this other stupid shit. That shit don't matter. So trim away the fat and keep the programs that fucking matter, even at those specific schools, right? Because that is what's preparing people for tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like that matters.
That's kind of what I was suggesting earlier when I said take a banker's approach to it with using the mergers and acquisitions process to consolidate HBCUs to the highest performing HBCUs in the degree categories that matter the most. That way you can concentrate the funds and spread it to where it's going to be most effective. I think that's the most efficient way.
I think before you do that, I would say at each HBCU, look at the programs themselves that make sense. The ones that have, of course,
that.
But I don't think that would be the first answer. But I think that's something good to have, in your back pocket. But let's look at the schools, because a school that got pharmacy schools and things like that. All right, those programs are performing well. Engineering schools, they're performing well. Also, well at HBCUs, we don't build pipelines. And Mike, you spoke about the pipelines that are being built, meaning the pipeline in terms of, once they graduate. We've built these relationships. As a matter of fact, my ex-wife is building a relationship right now for her college and her pharmaceutical company that she works for in New York. But she's building that pipeline because she is in the position to do so. And so those things make a huge difference in terms of placement as well. But yeah, trim the fucking fat like that, starting from the inside. Dumb programs.
He's 100% right. I had to give a presentation like 2 weeks ago to the CEO of one of the major health systems out here. So we're going to create a linkage. And I think I got it only because I said one thing. She was like, you said one thing that really stuck with me. I was like, the next generation of high value workers are not going to be hired. They're going to be grown. You have to create them. You got to go get them in high school and create the pipeline for them. They need to grow up in your organization from volunteer on up. Like that's how we failing these kids. Like these young boys, what are we doing on the street? And I'm not saying this as somebody who's done everything right. I spent most of my time, Sean, we went to HBCUs. The girls outnumbered us at least 6-1. But I was supposed to be in the hospital when I didn't have class for at least 4 hours a day on the computer, on the EMR, learning how the system worked, learning how to order supplies, all of that. That is the critical experience you need to get a job after. Apply that to it applies to every single profession there is, or you shouldn't have a program. If you cannot get the hands-on experience with these people scheduled multiple times per week from the first week of freshman year, it does not need to be a program. So those pipelines are going to be 100% instrumental in the future.
Which is why everything does not require a hammer. Everything is not a fucking nail.
Well, help me catch up here a little bit. The pipeline specifically, right? Because now what's being claimed would apply to every damn school that exists within the United States, at least anything that gets federal funding, right? So what's the deal with HBCUs in the concept of the pipeline? Is that the exceptional?
No, that's actually universal, Josh. So what we're saying is this is schools, period, not just HBCUs. So the pipeline, exactly. The pipeline needs to be created, but this is what the federal government is not doing. So proprietary schools or like trade schools, they can only stay open and keep a program open for 2 years after they fall below 70% placement. I mean, if they don't get 70% of their students a job, they have to cancel the program. Well, the government won't fund it anymore. Right. You know who they don't do that with? 4-year universities. They don't do that with them. So it's like they need to start enforcing that on them and saying, we're going to come in and we're going to look at your placement rate. If we survey these students, and look, there's no way to lie. They will take your entire student. When I had my audit last year, they'll take every student that goes there and email them separately without your knowledge and say, do you have a job? They'll do a whole survey. If you fall below 70%, they'll put your program under review for at least 2 years.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And there's better ways to not use the survey and just straight up get their tax information. But I don't disagree so far. I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference. Other than it's just a damn title, right? University, college. Does it have to have that whole like HBSU or HBCU? Does it have to have this title attached to it?
Well, I mean, it's historic. So remember, like, there is a historic quality. In fact, let me not even say that, Josh. It is 100% American to label things with historic quality. So we do it with every other thing. So I like the way it's titled because it says historically Black. It is not closed off to anyone. Anyone can apply. I've seen people of all races, like all races.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's
minority. But I was going to say Americans like to describe the symbolism of things.
Take a look at St. Joe's University here in Pennsylvania. It's a Catholic university. You don't have to be Catholic to get in.
You know, all that type
the,
of stuff.
The only thing now that I've heard so far that's beneficial, which is probably a marketing problem, is HBCUs now are charging what? Let's just say it's like $10,000, $15,000 less for a degree than, say, another college of some other title, right? See, now we're talking benefits here. So it seems like that should be, even I didn't know anything about this, right? Like I thought kind of standardized pricing here.
It's also another factor of that, Josh, is they're predominantly in the South too.
Oh,
right.
crap,
So when you start to, it's now South costs less for a lot of things, including like the schools, you know.
Right.
Everything except air.
Yeah. So I think that'll throw it off a little bit, but generally their location, I mean, the price is still the price, but the location definitely is a factor. Let me read these real quick. L Nix with the $5 says, with AI, people aren't taking the time to actually learn programs. They learn how to. I read this one. Will with the $10 says, if elite athletic talents attend HBCUs, the financial benefits are clear. Yet, are we certain that recruiting similarly gifted academic talent translate directly to superior academic outcomes? It would have to, right, Will?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, if you're saying they are indeed gifted academically, the assumption would be just as safe as a superior athlete. You know, Little Rock. Perfect. My son just graduated with a computer science degree with no experience and waiting for a job. I left out the Navy making 6 figures and tracking north since I got out with many benefits behind me. Shout out to Fantastic.
Brother.
Robert Watkins with the $5 says, damn, the white boy can talk about HBCUs with the brothers?
Why can't I?
Dottie with the £10 says 49.9 thousand subs. I want to be the first to congratulate Brother Hamp on hitting 50,000 subs. Hey, man, we grinding, man. Salute to everybody who joins the panels and works in the collaboration efforts to make things possible, you know? It might happen during this show. If not, it will surely happen this week. Well done. Thank you, Dottie. Hope all is well.
Perfect.
You missed the last music session. Did you? I don't know if I saw you in the chat. We had a good one, though, last Friday. And Sam with the $5 says from Sherelle, is it easy to be Greek? Nope. Fuck if you qualify, long as you Greek. She not wrong. HBCUs are beacon Greek chapters. Is that fuck the qualification?
Sean said, fuck the person from Harvard if you pledge with him. That's what he said. If y'all think that's cool, hey, I guess.
Well, I mean,
it's just
it's not even cool or not. It's the way the game is played.
It's speaking on nepotism, right? Saying
I was gonna say, fuck if you went to Harvard. If that only person went to Georgetown,
I agree though. What I'm saying is, when it happens the other way around, niggas shouldn't cry about it. If a white person is helping out another white person,
I agree with that.
I agree with that. Yeah, but we also, I think the issue comes when we try to act like this stuff doesn't exist, right? Yeah. We nepotism is more palatable than racism, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, if it's anybody other than black people, it's always racism, and that's the bullshit, Hamp. That's the bullshit. Exactly what I said. If white people are helping out other white people, it's not nepotism, it's racism.
I know.
That's bullshit. That's not how it works.
Yes,
no.
it is.
No, it's not.
Because it's multifaceted, it's multi-layered,
So,
right?
so a black person
Because
that's only hiring black people in
this part, you see yourself in people that look like you too.
Okay,
right?
so
but that's not nepotism, right? That is racism, right? That is a preference. It's racist, right?
So
but
Sean
I'm saying that it's fine. I don't say about that. I just want us to be honest about this shit.
What I'm asking though is what Sean doing racist?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, yes, but we don't call it out.
No, I did.
But look at what just happened to Sean, though. Look
He's
at what just
saying
happened.
that the person is Greek, right? So if the person is black in that facet, which he probably most likely would be, yes.
And I disagree. I'm saying it's just like people do this with everything. If it's somebody that you know, right? So when a white person hires a black person, is it but because they know him? What is it then?
They know the black person.
Yeah,
nepotism.
Okay, so if you make the person white, it becomes racism.
Yeah.
No, they know him.
It's that easy.
They know him.
Y'all try to make racist not racist for what?
Because it's not racist. It's not racist. You're familiar with this person. Hiring a white person because they're white is racism. Hiring a white person, a person that you know that happens to be white is nepotism. And I say we have to be
you're saying they know each other, right?
Yeah, but
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? We see ourselves in people that look like us, right?
Yeah.
So now, if I got two qualified applicants, one's black and one white, and I'm a black man, what happens?
Nepotism.
No, the other guy's white. Same qualifications.
Yeah, if they're same across the board, you're going to hire your own people. Period.
Yeah. It's
nepotism.
It's racism. Say it with me, and it's fine. That's
Mm.
it. Like that's. I just want us to understand that
racism.
This
okay. If
racism is like, hey, no. Racism would be, I'm not hiring these white boys no matter what. Fuck them.
They
Never.
do say it, but they don't say it at the interview.
And
I was gonna say, if we can prove that he hired him based on his skin color, it's racism. But look at what happened to Josh when he was up here. So Josh,
they come in right to the interviews. White boy come. Oh yeah, no, he got great. White boy walk out. White boy, nigga. That's it. Like stop.
Yeah, that's
acting
racism.
Like
I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with that.
that's racism.
If it's simply because he's not getting hired because he's a white boy, and you're not even white boy resume hall. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Johnson. It's great to see you. Or your resume looks really, really good. As soon as you motherfucking step out the door, motherfucking roll that shit up and smoke a blunt with it. Yeah, exactly.
That's based on race. So yeah,
Kobe, you know what I mean? If you do that, that's racism.
Hold on. Look at what happened to Josh.
Kobe. But
look
here's
what
the
happened
thing,
to
what I'm
Josh
telling you. Here's what I'm being honest about. That is a part of the thinking process. It's a part of the hiring process. This is how people process information. They don't just eliminate that part. That's all I'm saying. We just got to be honest about it. The more people expect this to happen, the more they can come prepared.
So that's not even the context in which.
Hold on, Mike, because you're gonna change the conversation. I know you know about now. Yeah. Here's the other thing, right? Mr. Fantastic. I just saw it was just somebody sent it to me. It just happened like two years ago. The names on applications got people an interview or not. Because the names are associated with race. So we know this. So let's just we just acknowledge it, right? Like you're saying, we know this shit exists. You have to navigate it. That's the conversation.
Yeah, we gave credence to that when we said you got to create your own network. It's better for you.
Yeah, that's what you were saying, Mike.
Yeah,
but y'all was saying so now you're killing. Well, not you, whoever was up here saying it, right? Now you're killing the whole self-confidence argument, and you're basically telling black people, hey man, if you're a nigga, they ain't gonna hire you. You know, if it's a white person that's in HR and you a nigga showing up, hey, and it's a white boy, they gonna pick the white boy of you every time. That's literally what y'all saying.
Because it happens to be a commonplace within pretty much planet Earth. It's not even just the United States. Wherever you go, we all do this.
Yeah, it's tribalism.
No, I'm keeping track of the entire conversation, man. But it is what it is. At the end of the day,
this is how nepotism. That's how. But this is how nepotism bleeds, right?
Yeah.
Right, because you hire people look like you know them, they think like you, right? And then the people who don't mirror those things also don't look like you, right? So we can't exclude that factor.
Yeah, but it also changes in industry. Hell, I don't give a fuck
What
about you. So, like you said, let's use the doctor thing or the engineering thing, right? So on and so forth, right? If I'm looking for an engineer, I don't give a fuck about your fucking your skin tone and your race and all this other shit. Bro, do you know how to motherfucking build an engine? Do you know how to troubleshoot? Do you know how to do the fucking job? And I think, like you said, when you start looking at especially stuff like that, right? Like, huh?
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. You saying that you just get any doctor?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm
you're saying
literally
it changes with industry. So what about doctors? Let's make it because more people can absorb the doctor that works on you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The doctor is going to be is not. Hey,
no, you pick though. Are you picking a black doctor?
What do you mean to hire?
Asian doctor
to hire? Yeah, to work on you.
Yeah.
No, I'm no to like specifically some. No, I'm not. I don't want a specifically fucking black doctor. I want the best damn doctor. I want the best. If I'm having a motherfucking heart attack, I got to get a heart transplant. Do I just want to pick the fucking black person? I want to pick the best motherfucking heart transplant surgeon in the fucking country. Who am I pick?
You guys aren't really disagreeing.
Hold
There's
on,
stereotypes.
Hold on. Who I'm picking?
I'm just gonna tell the truth. When I went to go get the vasectomy consultation, and they sent fucking Habib in there, whatever the fuck his name was, and he had that accent, I said, "You ain't cutting me, Playboy." Why? I said, "No, I came here because they had a black doctor on the list." Nah, bro, you can't with an accent. I can't understand you. Some shit hit the fan. Then what? I got one nut in this motherfucker. Hell no.
Yo, Evan's tripping, man. Don't be listening.
Yeah, you wilding, dog.
I waited. Listen, bro. I waited 3 months to go back when the black doctor was there.
And I hope you had another kid during
in the midst of that 3 months. Yeah, I had 2 more kids, but that ain't the point.
What you get?
But yo, you can't tell Josh, Aaron.
I typically
he got an accent, Josh. We need to communicate during my surgery on my nut.
Nigga, no. Most surgeries you are asleep. That's why I'm confused.
Not for a vasectomy.
Bullshit, nigga. They put brother.
Not no more.
Bullshit.
I got one, bro.
You can choose.
When?
You can
it's
choose.
minimally invasive now.
When?
They used to do it that way. They don't do it that way.
When did you get yours?
2019. 1 month after my son was
3 years ago.
Nigga, I got mine fucking 2 years ago.
They got you with that.
I was asleep.
Yeah, they got you.
They got you. That's why
money.
they charge you $1 million for that.
They got that.
They ain't charge me shit. My shit free.
All you need is lidocaine, Playboy.
No, baby, they numb you up. I am definitely not about to watch you cut my motherfucking nuts open. No,
that's why they put you to sleep. They thought you was gonna act out on the table.
I'll be back when y'all done talking about chopping nuts. This is killing me, man. I can't
think he could see his nuts laying straight, bro.
Like, no, I ain't even gonna do it, but yeah, you ain't seeing shit. You ain't seeing
nigga, just the opposite. You can feel the I don't want to feel no tug or nothing.
Yo,
nigga,
you can't feel shit. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. You can't feel nothing.
Hey, y'all,
I don't know. You gonna need an ice pack.
So just to pull it back to race, right? So it would be the case that generally there's stereotypes that exist. If I'm looking for a doctor, I'm usually looking for somebody Asian. If I'm looking for a tax accountant or something like that, I'm looking for a Jewish guy, right?
Yeah.
Just because there are stereotypes that exist, and that's what I want is the best. But generally speaking, there are certain industries that are going to be based off of race. It is what it is. We call it racism, but it is what it is.
It is. It literally exists.
Yeah, I was gonna say the world works on a functional amount of bias every day. Every day we do some kind of bias. Like, what the fuck is this person walking on my door? Like, that type of stuff. So that I 100% agree with. The point I was making was we also have to do things that are fair. I don't think that we look at what's fair and what's not fair. So right now, as it stands, the president of Harvard University is a black woman, but that's the pretty much arguably the most prestigious university in the world. But somebody wrote a super chat that said Josh can't speak on HBCU. It's like that's kind of not fair. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, that's not fair. HBCUs aren't just for black people. We can go to PWIs, can't we? So why can't he speak on HBCUs? So sometimes we get these initiatives mixed up.
Well, I guess the point is
fair conversation just for the simple fact of how they're getting funded. It's federal funding.
Yeah, Josh is asking about very like surface level, like what the money, and then this, then the third, and what's the like. Aaron said, preface the entire conversation with he didn't go to one, he doesn't really have reference, right? You know, going to Howard and etc. But he said, hey, I'm looking for edification, right? Because the attendance of it does matter. And when I try to relate to y'all the sentiments and the value that you gain from being in that environment, it's hard to fathom because you haven't been subject to it.
And just to be fair, when I asked Mike specifically, like what was the expectation, like he basically stated something very specific, had nothing to do with race. I didn't give a shit. Like if that's what he thinks is where it's going to go, fuck it. That's a good enough reason for me.
Yeah.
I mean, he was very specific, so it didn't come down to like, oh, it's a black school. What do I care after that point?
And to be quite honest, it does have to do with race, but just not as it's supposed to deal with anybody.
Sure, yeah.
I
don't mean outside of that, right?
No, because I'm one of those people where it's like I do not expect anyone else to fix my problems. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not understand how a woman can complain. I'm sorry, a black woman can complain that they are mistreated in hospitals, but yet we have not started initiatives where only black people can work on you. Like, so that's why I'm just like, we can solve that issue ourselves. I'm not about to go complain to a bunch of people in a Catholic hospital why I'm being mistreated when we have the apparatus to do for ourselves. I keep saying it and people don't understand. Black people are the only minority group in the United States of America that can make almost every single specialized profession and license them by themselves. So why are we complaining about that? We can fix that ourselves. We can make doctors, we can make lawyers, we can make SLPs, we can make engineers, we can make all them people by ourselves. Why are we complaining to anybody? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, Mike, that's a hell of a retort just to the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I was in managerial accounting, you know, because one of my concentrations was accounting and then the marketing, you know, and this class was just difficult, you know, and maybe it was me, you know, but a lot of people in the class had a slight issue, right? But the teacher was identifying with it, and you know, it was one of the smaller classes. You know, as you go up in your degree, right, the class sizes get smaller and smaller. So it's only about 10 people in this class, right? Because people weren't on this arc. And the teacher was able to work one-to-one, understood, you know what I mean? And she looked like us. I have to assume that had a factor. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just regular shit, honestly, right? It's regular shit amongst races. We brag about how the Jews keep their dollar in their community. Why is that? Right? We literally brag on them. Same difference. So we just can't try to act like it doesn't exist in every facet. You know? There was a point. Well, I don't need this. I don't need to belabor it. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But the graduation rates is a hell of an argument, Mr. Fantastic. And the fact that students do graduate at higher ticks at the PWIs.
And more students go. Again, we didn't even get on that. I mean, very few black students are even using it as an option. So like I said, if you got only 9% of black students that are going to HBCUs, and then of that concentration, you have very, very poor results. What is it saying? And I think a lot of it is because people know if you really want to go out here and be seen as, like Trigger Mike is saying, you're not going to college, man, just to fucking party and whatever. You're trying to do this shit so you can make a living for the rest of your life. The networking shit is part of it too, but everybody don't get a fucking network when they go to college, bro. Everybody don't get a network just in general. Most people don't have a great or extenuous fucking network, right? Mm-hmm. The thing and the point and the fact of the matter is, yet again, something I'm just bringing to the attention, because you know where I'm not sending my youngest son, HBCU. Nope. No matter what, get the fuck out of here. I mean, if we talking Howard, right? Or I don't think he's not interested in being no doctor, but like Meharry or something. Of course, those institutes. Yeah, you know, but yeah, man. Again, that's what I'm saying, man. You know, it's not that the white man's ice is colder; is that niggas making shit lukewarm and don't give a fuck.
Can I ask you, would you change your mind if it was the case that could be demonstrated? I think Trigger Mike called it entrepreneurship. Would you change your mind if he could demonstrate that to be like, I don't know, some type of advantage to some degree, say 50%?
No, if he's going to be an entrepreneur, he could. I mean, if he's a great entrepreneur,
The network
college,
matters.
yeah, but I
Yeah.
mean, the network matters. But college has a little to do with that. You can get through that with nepotism and just the right funding. Or
So
whatnot.
but that's actually a good conversation. If he wanted to be an entrepreneur, that network, that nepotism is exponentially increased at a historically black college university. When my wife when we do these marketing events, right? And I swear this bomb, the ladies at the front desk are usually black or Latino, right? A lot of and that's the gatekeeper that's impossible to get through, but she can get through like nobody's business to the executive director, who's usually women in the niche of senior communities, and then a large, I would say large minority, 40, 50, 45% of them are black women. So you got these things built in, right? Because of the net, but they can see her, whether she look like their sister or their granddaughter, and then we've been able to gain inroads quickly because of that aspect. So yeah, entrepreneur, he would be building that from day one being college for sure. You would have to make a consideration because Mike is 100% on point on that.
Yeah. And remember, it's not just me saying it. When you're a part of this network, it's not even a game. All right. So what do you call them? Bourgeoisie, all these people.
Boule.
But yeah, the Boule, Jack and Jill, black fraternities, sororities, they all help each other at a rate. They won't even advertise things. They'll just go give them. Right. So we have like a 30 kids graduating out of this Jack and Jill chapter in the next year. The people who work for these prestigious universities in the area, A&M, Prairie View, they're already in the programs with full scholarships. They gave them to them. They didn't know I advertise them. They said, you get the president's scholarship because I'm the president. So that's why I'm like, I want my kids, now that I've seen the way this works, I don't have access to a network of Latinos. I think they up and coming. The Asians got their own networks. I don't have access to that. And guess what? I do have access to the top tier level of HBCU administration and talent. So I'm gonna tap into that. So that's why I said my kids are going there, and they're gonna tap into that network for life.
This happens all the time. You can't open no business in Chinatown. You can go shop there though.
Damn.
Like why we acting?
We don't even think about it like that either.
No,
But
you go shop, but it's just regular. They act like I'm buck. No, this is regular. And Mr. Fantastic, you and Aaron know this well because I heard y'all talk. I even see the camaraderie. Oh, and Trigger Mike, I even see the camaraderie or identifying factors with the men that been in the military. Like y'all talk the lingo, y'all talk to each other like, oh, you know this, that, right? Like I see that camaraderie happen. So this is a way in which that thing looks valuable to me.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But again, the military, you can't compare
it may not be 100% equivalent, but I'm saying in terms of the camaraderie that y'all.
That's industry though, and I think that's something that happens within the industry or whatever. College is something to where it's just a totally different thing, especially when again the major focus of college is supposed to be education. If you guys, I won't argue on the networking aspect of it, right? But if you, I mean, is the network worth anything if you don't got a degree to go with it? The majority of times.
We'll say it again.
I'm asking: is the network worth anything without a degree to go with it? The majority of times.
Yeah.
Not usually. You have to get your name on that list somehow.
So hold on.
So you have to have that degree. That's getting your name on the list. Yeah.
Well, no, hold on, Josh.
Yeah. So
HAMP said something different.
Yeah. So like there was a few people who said they went to Elizabeth City in the chat, right? I might say, "What you go? Who you know? You right? Like that's how you think. What year did you went to? Who'd you know? Did you play X, Y, and Z?" Now there's
a degree though.
There's a connection there though, right? And so depending on industry, to your point, right, that makes a difference or not, right? But a lot of us,
this might be risky. Hold on, you kind of.
I ain't even really finishing.
Yeah, but you obfuscated it from the beginning. The majority, I'm asking you, the majority of fucking connections are good without the degree.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes, the connection is good without the degree.
How do you use it?
There we go. So now, what's the point of the connection?
How can you use it if you don't have a fucking degree? How they gonna hire you? What purpose do you serve?
Fantastic. You don't got a degree. You still use your connections. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm not. I don't have a degree, but I have fucking
experience.
I have actually experience behind me. That's the difference. A college student in college that ain't never worked a job in their fucking life, and you fail out of fucking school, and you just know a bunch of people you cool with, is not the equivalent of me.
This the thing, Mike. Right, I'm gonna use Mike because this is so far fetched, right? Mike don't have a job tomorrow. That's my man's. I know he don't know how to move shit. Look at his hat. But I can get him a job to hold him over, right? Mike, just don't break nothing, right? That's what I'm gonna tell him, and hustle. That's it. And I can hire him because that's my man's.
So barely making it. No disrespect.
I pay 20 bucks an hour. I'm saying Mike, in comparison to what all his bills and everything he's amassed, I know that 40,000 a year, 50,000 a year ain't gonna sustain him how he needed to. Yeah, but I'm saying it to be straight though.
So that's what I'm saying, Hamp. So now this goes against your whole philosophy. You say 40,000 ain't shit ain't enough. We gotta do better.
When I say that,
you said that plenty of times.
Nah,
you always say that, nigga. We gotta do better. We gotta make more money. That's Hamp's thing. Okay,
nah, put a clip.
So stop it. Anyway, listen. So this is what I'm saying. So this is that person's standard, Hamp. We ain't talking about Mike. Mike got military experience. Mike got a degree. Mike got a whatever, all this other shit. We talking about your homeboy you went to school with for, let's say, 2.5 years, or no, 3 years, 3.5, because his motherfucking financial aid ran out. His financial aid ran out, and his family couldn't pay for the shit, and so on and so forth, and the nigga was failing fucking school anyway. He's done. Okay? He go back to wherever the fuck he from. Hamp done graduated. Hamp got his own business. Hamp killing it, right? He know Hamp. Outside of giving him a job that sustains him, like you said, just enough to get by, are we saying that's successful or that's good? That's a win? Are we saying that?
No, I'm not saying it's a win. I'm saying it shows the value of having a network.
So again, is the network valuable if the network ain't really actually helping you with shit? It's keeping your head above water.
It's help, right? See, a lot of times we don't have that when we in purgatory. We don't have a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, or nobody to lift us up. Right?
Walmart, no, Hamp.
Or good job, Walmart or me, right?
Wonderful entrepreneur, brother.
Straight up.
Yeah,
hey, hold on. Fantastic. But you got to understand all the facets, because he's right. Well, if you in purgatory, you got nothing, so anything's better than nothing, right? But let me give you a real world depiction of how that works.
Yeah,
so
but he
called me, said he was gonna have his first baby, right? And was like, yo, I got out. He went to school, he was bullshitting, he ain't do nothing. But then he said he's a corpsman just like me. I was like, you don't know that they give medical assistant certificates to corpsmen? You ever thought about teaching? He's like, nah. He's like, I can get you, go get whatever job you can get. I'm gonna give you this teaching job. Then I'm gonna have you work on curriculum for $25 an hour, and I'm gonna give you 40 hours a week. I probably shouldn't have said that shit. But that's extra bread for him to work wherever the hell he's working. They didn't even tell me
all the time.
They didn't even tell me. Yeah. But I said, this is what I can do for you for now. Get the experience, and I'll do more for you later. I got you. That was better than anything he had going on.
Yeah,
Miss Vitt, let us give you one more. Aaron. I forget how you say it, so apologies. But any Marine down on his luck, I heard you say, if you can do, you will do. Or am I? So Miss Fantastic know what we're talking about. I don't know why he acting like that.
But it's an unfair comparison. And when you do the military shit, bro, the military comes with skills and training. With the military, you don't just join them fucking military unless you're like, it's very few things as to where you've been proof positive that you can do this job.
Rifleman for 4 years?
No, you got to remember
that's very, very small though. Hamp, that's an extremely niche. The boots on the ground combat is small in the military. The majority of fucking things, even if you're a cook, you go to culinary school. You're trained to cook. Okay. for everything from 100,000 people to individual fucking meals for the fucking admiral. Okay.
The point is,
so what I'm saying is,
yeah, but Aaron did. I said a Marine.
Yeah, Marines had the same thing. All Marines aren't fucking. All Marines learn how to shoot and carry a rifle.
Riflemen, though, right?
No, but HAMP. They are, but they also work on airplanes and helicopters like I do.
100%.
Every Marine's a rifleman. Not all Marines are infantry.
Yeah, it's still 1%.
I'm just saying. Aaron didn't ask all that. The association was he's a Marine. That's
a Marine down on his luck, and I got it. He's got it.
Yeah, I got you. But still what we're saying is he's able to do it because if we're talking about hiring a job, that military shit carries weight, and Mike knows this. So I don't know why Mike tried to motherfucking sneak the shit in there where his homeboy was a former corpsman too.
No. So I use that as an example. Fantastic. The truth is, the point is that's why people usually want to small talk with you when to get to know you, is because they're trying to find a common point of connection, right? They'll usually small talk with me and be like, oh, you into guns, hey, blah, blah, blah. Then they'll ask me for a favor. That's the point of it. People are usually small talking to find something that they have in common with you to kind of let your guard down and be like, you know what? Cause you do that, you my man. You shoot 6'2", I'm gonna help you out with this. Don't worry about it. Like they even do that shit to get discounts. You know that.
Yeah,
so,
I got you, bro. But y'all are missing the point. I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: for the majority of fucking situations, if your ass go to motherfucking college, party hardy, all that bullshit, pledge, whatever, right? And you don't get that fucking degree, the help that you're even able to survive is limited, extremely. The connection without the fucking degree. All right, the network without the degree, okay, your ass is gonna be motherfucking good times.
I see what's happening. He's coming from a very technical perspective. You got to remember, he is coming from the perspective of someone who specializes in electrical avionics and rotary wing airframes.
Oh yeah, I see.
In that arena, you see, Mike, you're gonna need. But I think what you gentlemen are talking about is just overall in the workforce. Yes, you're correct. Right, that makes 100%. I think his perspective.
You have to be qualified in these industries, right? There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. He can't get me a job in nautical engineering if I don't have that degree. There's nothing. He can't do nothing for me. I have to be qualified properly. In the world, what'll happen is in that instance, in instances, people refer you. They're more likely to push your name along. They could give you a job, etc. But I catch your drift in terms of that. Okay, I was misunderstanding. But yeah, I think for most people, the network helps regardless of the degree.
To that point, Trigger Mike, I forgot you were a corpsman. You a Greenside corpsman too? Simplified double dog. See, I'd rather have him suture a laceration than a fucking surgeon. Now, I'd rather have a neurosurgeon, right, reattach a nerve. Yeah. But I'd rather have him suture a laceration than somebody's surgeon because he's a devil doc. He's a Greenside corpsman. He's one of my own.
Not even just Greenside.
He'll have it done faster and more fucked up situations than that surgeon could ever imagine.
Mm-hmm. You definitely can be a model after he stitch you up, but you'll be.
I won't give a look.
Hey, did you die though?
Hey, Stella, you ain't die.
Yo,
I'm back in the fight.
I got this slice right here, right? And so even the doctor, he was like a big ass dude, you know. Pause. And he like, let me get the nurse to do it because she could make smaller. So it's like 10 stitches as opposed to 4. All it needed was 4, but with the 10, the scar's less. You know what I mean? And he said since it was right here, he let her do it. You know. Cause I wouldn't have died, but my shit I'd have been looking like Scarface. You know what I'm saying?
The damn doctor did this stitch. Where is it at? Look at that shit. Look at that shit.
See? Yeah.
That shit.
That shit look like you let it heal on its own.
Ganglion cyst removed. You can barely see this one.
Yeah.
Right.
Eye surgeon. Then look at this other dude. What the fuck is that?
Exactly.
Yeah, that shit.
That's
like
you let it just heal. Greenside corpsman. Exactly.
Fucked me up. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, you might as well go no stitches. He left it wide open.
Yeah.
Right. Yo, my kids call that shit the Thunderbolt. Look at that shit. Like, look,
it does. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's perfect. It's interesting, man. Let me read these real quick. Rashard, salute.
What up, buzzin', bird flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
People are starting the building, man, renewing that membership. Appreciate you. Hope all is well. And saying with the final. Oh, I read this one, right? All right, good. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I don't know, fellas. I think we laid it out decently well about the pros and cons. This is my final thought. The graduation rates must change, and there must be more scrutiny so that we uphold a proper standard. You know, I think these schools simply can't go away because of the locations of them and the demographics of which they serve. Doesn't mean that those demographics shouldn't be served better by the teachers and the institutions. The fact that we have antiquated systems to where there's a line every time it's refund check day is foolish and an issue. Right. And that's when I was in school, even 2008. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense. Right. So we doing a lot of things backwards and wonder why we have the problems in which we have, you know. But I don't want to close them down unless it's just decrepit, because I know when that process starts, I don't think it'll ever stop. You know, and in the long run, I think we wouldn't benefit from it, you know. So it's all interesting, man. Josh, what you think? Any final thoughts?
I didn't hear anything or that sounded like it would be different from what would apply to any other university or school that was out there. We have the same complaints across the board. Is what it is. I was curious, maybe if it got down like federal funding, maybe there might be an argument about it, but I've heard too many arguments on both sides that I'm still a little undecided, to be honest with you. There's too many pros to just throw in the garbage like it's nothing.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Mike. Perfect.
Yeah, y'all laid it out, man. Appreciate it. Y'all laid it out pretty square on the school stuff. What I'll say is more of a to the students. The purpose of education is not to be educated, is to apply your education in a meaningful way. That's something that I tell my students all the time. Stop being professional students. All right. When you see serious professionals, they're not going back and forth about what degrees they have. They're telling you what they've done, not where they went to school. So you have to do something, accomplish something meaningful with your degree. And that's what we brag about. All right. So that's my only thing. It's like, nobody cares how many degrees you have. What have you done? So we need to get out there and do something.
Fantastic.
Brother. Hey man, like I said, dog, in order to move forward, a lot of times, bro, you have to destroy and rebuild, right? That was a Nas album, right? Wasn't that a Nas album? Yeah, right. And the system is broken. More money is being dumped into it, and according to the extra 500 million, let's just see if it's used wisely, and we have an increase from this year to next year's graduation rate. I got my house to put on it to say no, unfortunately, right? I'm not celebrating that and so on and so forth. This is a culture issue. This is I feel good and I want to party and I want to be around my people and all this other bullshit. Any and everything other than focusing on college or what college is for. I will concede the point that networks are important, right? But I still stand on the fact of the matter that network without paper behind it keeps you at, you know what I mean? Keeps you struggling. You can't succeed with that. You can get by. People can give you opportunities, but you can't demand anything. Okay. And when you can't demand anything in this motherfucking world, hey.
Interesting point. Aaron.
Yes, indeed, man. Great conversation. Look, I just want to thank everybody that joined the panel for edifying me on the HBCU experience and the footprint that the HBCU occupies in the higher education landscape. I simply didn't know. Now I do, and I acknowledge the importance of HBCUs. I always have, always will. The historical implications are profound, so I don't ever want to see it go away completely. In the interest of keeping it going in the future, I would like to see it become more efficient. And if that does require paring down some of the I'll say parasitic detractors from the entire HBCU community, so that resources can be allocated to the more successful examples, then I think that should be done. I think it should be very well thought out, very well planned to prevent a runaway train from happening, as HAMP suggests could happen. I do believe you can start paring branches off the tree and then kill the tree, 100%, right? So I don't want that to happen. But the branches that bear fruit should be the branches that get water. So, but yeah, great conversation, man. This stuff needs to keep going. Josh, good to see you again, bro. Glad to see you alive and well. Semper Fi to my shipmates over here, and shout out to HAMP, man. 50K, here we come.
Yo, Aaron, I appreciate that. There's one thing that I don't know. You guys were talking. I came home from the HBCU when I transferred there, right, with a 2.3. My father very rarely if my mom was, she was more of a hard on us about the grades and stuff. And he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" That was it. Right? He didn't even harp on it. He's like, "What the fuck is that?" You know? And the culture, right? We can't forget that part. That can't be ignored. And I think that was said. The culture matters when we try to support these institutions. We got to make sure we support them from the ground up. And that includes how the children we put in place. Oftentimes you see kids get underserved when they only see their mom come to the school. So that's that. And not just because they just take mom for granted, because mom always coming to the school. You know what I mean? Even if the dad, we just be working a lot, whatever. But I think you see that, the culture and who we putting in these schools matters for sure.
Yeah.
So, damn, man. Interesting conversation, man. Please jump in the Discord. Most High willing, we'll see y'all tomorrow. The HQ, this one, I like this conversation a lot, man. Because I'm just thinking about it, which I think is key, So salute to Mr. Fantastic and Aaron in the what those Steve Harvey suits.
This is my yachtsman.
Yeah, Aaron got on a fucking ascot today. What you talking about, man?
Yeah, this is. I just got off the yacht, man.
No doubt, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna definitely go get me a 2 for $200 for sure, man. Y'all look dapper as hell. You know what I mean? I know a K&G when I see it, baby boy.
Look at that preset pocket square. Look at that.
Whoa. Dealer's clearance, baby. Out here, don't play with me.
See, Mike, you had to do it. Preset pocket.
I'm like, you folded that yourself?
Yeah, man. Hey, look, man. Stacey Adams ain't never did nothing wrong to me, and obviously y'all two either.
That Kappa energy if you did that yourself.
Hold on, see, Mike.
You not about to play me.
It got the velvet lining. That jacket got a velvet lining. Ain't no K&G in that one, brother.
I don't think I give him. I don't think he could take it off 4 more times in a row.
Nah.
No. That motherfucker gonna split.
Mike.
Oh,
okay.
He did the tutorial. He did the tutorial on that one. That was perfect.
That's Suge Aaron, man.
Hey, Aaron, you gotta get one of them. It's on Amazon. You fold it in there and it just stays in place.
Hey, Mike. Yellow and orange don't match, by the way. Just in case, since we doing, you know what I mean.
You know what?
Hey, man, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.